and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Me catch and say, why not do Pasiasa Busia Penny and then me catch them?
Now one on baby kakra.
Kakra Kamano.
Software come so kono nsa kakra. Enya nyom software enya nyom ebi akọ sai kra ka ho enya adepa. Se uturu nyina na afui. Rice cooker. Baby.
Ashafo se opese uhu Crime Check Foundation ye njumedi a ye di abre nyina. Koyan YouTube channel Crime Check TV GH. Subscribe mame.
Se wo subscribe via mi adomane so. Se na video bi a de betu obi a obehu. Medamase.
Minuanom mati asem dey enne se ope asase ana edan ato amansun biara enihoa eno ane ejare real estate na sa ejare real estate won wo kasoa ofanko baby a aban akosi senior high school ni high court fefefe no wo firi ho pe na ura ejare real estate say tie ani jesemiye anwea ene ebo a wo de besi dan no ebi wo ejare real estate fo na de sign ma eye ahomeka ene se wo twa asase na ejare real estate wo betwa so fe edi amount edi odin aye pillars edi esi ho land guard asemo de eno de emamu kra na san tie ani je sema san wo ho bi me ensu a wo de besi wo dan no eye free na document asemo de eye tatahwe wo to wasase anase wo dan a na ye de ahye wo nsa eti kan ho na frɛ Ejare real estate na ansa anya wo
me twana mawe no me ho masaka aswadi ami enyina samoni ami di enyina oh abani ami enyina samoni ami di enyina eh me hunya mintino me no me huntino kwani sembe bebe ewudie bebe tutra sembe bebe raping the defilement yo
stay out of trouble and I dey bremo free Kumasi Central Prison na we dwumadi bia ye di kan aka ese ye dey boa ama bone no a sese mabunu no edo won ho agime denden no yate so emprepi no behu se mabunu no we yakoye we yakodi bone we adoso na nsem ho yete se obi akokum obi obete chese yetete nsem bebre nye owuo nko a eye ahomete ama Ghana yedin a yese ye beacon of democracy, beacon of peace ene de keka ho no eye atonsuom na Crime Check Foundation ye petty offenders project eno ene de aba be pie ha na before say ye beko edwumadi ni so no ye nyina enim say nipa ne piwo ha omo ofiase omo fa ahodie na ye tietia so nipa ne piwo ha asem to omo nim baabi a omo fa omo nim kwan omo befa so enya lawyer binim so wo hompo a asem na nya asem bia asem a obroni beka say yebetima use alternative dispute resolution mechanism ADR e aka a enko court omunim sa no ma no enti helpline e wo hoyi and the USAID justice support activity at the moment no say the nsem a makan emu bia to na ope baabi a obetwa wani ahwa pesa no besi a uhu and nipa mienu a ye no mo betwetwe nkomo ye kwaku amufa na Evans Kojo na yepesi ebisa o made kon e de o mabepie Kumasi Central Prisons ahase eti say nyame ado hwa wo de say em say wanyi kakra waboje say nyina na efita wani achi nyina efita utiri so nyina efita wade mfie say
atwa no 61
yes wonya akwala pani eti say de sa time nka ya bo wampesi ye de nwo aguso a wonana no matwa ho ahia na prison maba beto ede na wo ye a edo abepie ha na the before say maybe say akwa the actual warrant is so offensive conduct and afin so okoso harm che say suban bia wi na de no na etia emra the tosum ye no so no the wo ye no enye ade eda kwan okoso harm upra obi ana wo ye ade e betima pra obi e ba ne say
bacho de ba ni say beni mabusu apanyi na tifi beni ni akasakasa bia nemum me top plot to be to emre bi nti bi pese o mo de maame no a che o mo je me 10 million ti mi hwe na nya no kre nti maame no mabusu apani nya kasakasa
it is a fake paper no de ba o
paper ni fake nti maame no nya kasakasa nti na che no one day bi mi ho no ma me so me sofo me ta sole ntem ko bom pa park
oh
ti mi ko bie me pon main gate no na de padlock kwa safoato
e open
me ton ankasa ne de me bie but me na yi a wo se me pie kwa abonten no ye da another key atum ana me bie ma na ka se na ho na se bi wo ye sa ankwase asem we enwa no me kesa no
kan no no na won ka hwe ye de ne se ye
ti de kosi ye ne se ni wo ho no ma wi ameda me ti makonya mu a ya o ma be je kokko mo fa pie bra ti me pie ba ye no ma na enipa miensa amankwa super ana one guy, you know, the refugee. No, man, who's some Messinian couple.
Is he a credential?
On my branch, Messinian police station. And I'm a tenor came. But me say, me coca, me muswaka. Tiatika no man, a supercasa, we have been my first child. Tiadi me do honoma, the new assembly where the Makakura police says one. Michelle, 3 weeks. But Madidia, they be able to tell you any money.
A moment will call and I also my first charge, you know, almost a month.
First one, Bia me hwɛ me hɔ mabusu ani bia me police ni panyin na ɔhɔ no no ana ɔba oluma bi di dia me kan no akɔtɔ nti de bia de no mo ma bia ni de me da hɔ no ma to me de me kɔ tuntun first court to me de me kɔ obi ani hɔ ɛno ara so mo ba ya ma me
yen trust yen pese asem ne be tenten ye do call court eventually a okushi a judge ye dey asem na judge kan ye dey so na so kan
say o say medidi mabusu apanyin atem na ma ye dede ɛwɔ around hɔ no nti no me medam 16 months enye sa
enye so say no nko a enye eno nko a ye nhwe bi ye say o haje o call so ha mo say bibi kwaku amofa e dey na o say ana say bibi na o say no ne bi kwa na ye ntokwa na upra obi ana upia obi hwe from hwemenim akora 61 years we penny utimu nyina na ye fitai o so ye sofo nso account e den na o ye nyina
ye na makacho mani obi akona kra de asa around be ahomachi be 3 o'clock
enti judge na ka sa den one page answer papa judge enti sa
police penny kra na ka se me kwa we fiase me kwa me pacho plane judge ni se no manyini enti dia me ye ne madidi atem ne ade no one demand
and the police will say na otwemiensa I say for say asema okay no credit a ye nyina ye nim say and say we be keep nipa ye tight ansem ne bebre e wo police cells for more than 48 hours e ade a nipa ne pii no e de emra no ye nua police fo ne bo ha omo de emra no omo ade ye de omo epe me gidi say enye emra kwan so no ye di ka de numbers ato e say obi a ye betiti afa ahodi so nipa ni pii nim omo rights ade a ha adwen omo nim emra no ese pii no anko suku nti won nim nwoma no number si na wo ho no frɛ na sa dwumadi we nyina aye under USAID justice support activity dwumadi e dey ba na Ghana ye mra na edu ba bia na achinchim no yetimi astraighten no ye nti US aban na government of Ghana na sa dwumadi etimi abaso fefefe enti no 16 months ye ka se bra 16 months ho ye oden
Messi and Kano Kure. You say Messi Kana to say, we are meeting Musadia, me, you know. But didn't attempt the bet, and yet a dear was income. You didn't call the attempt to be an Ebimudu, Ebu Hokrana, I am Quasiasem, and I can't crack out. I cried there before the cacao. A beer when him time, a beer with dear Grome, dear may bow catch and say. Why not do Quasiasa Busia opinion and you may catch them? Aha, this come any day be me say I feel o kai a be a refi. There me kai pa me fi say na one on bibi kakra. In fact, no one on bibi kakra. That day no ye friend say ayi bi wo area anya yi pass e moso bi o hono mo. Kakra kan ma no. Sofo a komoso ko no mo nsa kakra. Sane de wo ni say ensa de me nhede ni nsa no be da. O de yin twase yen pese no be da no abro. No abro budia na memoy no abu kakra manne manno mun sabe na memoy na se sofo de ense se o sa no mun sa basa na nti no ebi a ure fie wo ho no mun sa ure fie wa adwen enti bi kura wo to twede esi etaisi ebi a wo to twede a ure fie me nyina na se se o ya hwe ye sofo nso de ense se wo no mun ensa enya ade a fata etia bible me gidi se wonim se etia bible na afi nso mo ye emoso nya ade pa asofo be kwa kwatwa wo na ase enya nyom sofo enya nyom ebi akosa e kra kan ho enya ade pa se utum nyina na afui enya ade pa gitum se enya ade pa nti se o giant sanom enye 61 years o bible ba bia no ha kire se koboro enye ade pa.
Hi, my name is Roslyn Ngisa. I'm an actress. If you want to study anything about film, camera, let's come to Black Lens. It's one of the best schools you can ever have.
My name is Roger Quarter. I'm a film producer and a director. Black Lens Media is the best.
Well, my name is Jonathan Ezenwadenobi. Black Lens, the deal on cameras and editing. My guy, don't make that mistake. Oh, now for Black Lens.
Black Lens.
Ventures.
Black Lens Ventures, they are the best.
It's here for Young Crime Check Foundation. Yeah, just Black Lens today. Black Lens month it's here our camera handling any video editing. And next is a proof for you be a Juma Emma Crime Check Foundation. Any baby. Now who says the almost handle camera. Now we have video editing now. Who say Black Lens Media or much rare at the year. Ain't count way now also call Black Lens for office. Now for form. Now also call for name the
I had a vision to be a musician one day. But now editing na ewo me mo park assessing bia. There will be 1 year question me this is I graduated from Takwade Poly for about 10 years now, but me need money. Maybe I will be kwa or crap me say we me kwa ba hwehwe ma me. Me gidi say entity ya yensa kan. Enya afi no bi ba be kram say yensu ye kwa. Yensu so ye be kram krofo. No mo so no say yenya yensa no.
Black Lens entity ya papa fie.
Black Lens Ventures, they are the best.
Evans, I don't know yeah, I do ba.
We have
Rice cooker. Dabi. Uko wia de a wawia. Se wote mo no, se wante wawia. Na wo san wia rice cooker kan ho.
Rice cooker na wia. Me mo dia yin so na me te mo pe rice cooker na me se.
Rice cooker na yo de a.
Ba cho da bi.
E mo no de wia ai. Tinka o de kono, o kono a.
Kameru ko se ni mo no ma ti bi o ko da tin wa be ma ya de. Makodi.
Ah, eye mo a ya no adedada. Ne kan sai. Enti mo a ya no a wo kodi bi. Oh, ana do aba prison. Na komo dew. Ada wo nya adwuma.
Ba cho ati ya kwa na mba na me ni mu bia ho. Tebe so na metu.
Oh.
How many by force be people out? We see people that catch it. Better me now, my people that we can have me tell me. Pam
oh.
Pam phone, I'm saying you phone. Come that me. I'm saying I'm saying if tebe so number 2.
Okay.
So I'm tebe so number 2 yeah, I am with the police station. Abuse formula. Until me that when we got to process 2 weeks we tell am the papa there free. Mama e come papa e yes mama me go e police we go e police one man tia the neighbor the family me go court the family me go court we court one man there the class or the chimash the dia so kena we work there say me work am say me panichew the bad see am papa e free
Ampa atie for asaba woka no na attempt to steal just so yes wuwia bibi but ya nchoro ha say yemo na nka wuwia di ugidi na ye ka say offenses be say no nipa bi say say do mo ba prison le gidi say asama woka ye no kretrodo dia say de ye ne warrant so kire say attempt say wuwia aduane dia be gidi say nipa we nyina na ese ye pe adwuma bi mo ye en sese ye do mo e ba prison no na yeguso USAID justice support activity no ka enipa pi a lot of civil society organizations so ka ho say aban mo pass sa bill into law na yenyusi nipa o mti sei no yemfa mo nya adwuma na ye prisons no ayema ebu afaso e basa na Ghana prison service you put a lot of stress on them obehwe bra mo bre do ba bi officers na akwa na say so mo san yi o mo sika ayade a eye ahomete nta the shredie kese a ye de ma ye lawmakers ene aban eno no sese mumie no wasema wo kan are ho ba prison so no ba bia oda no menye so se ho ye ba bia ye
pa so ba pa me da bi mi be ma ho kire kwa ntimi
eno de menyi menka se yi be ma ho kire me ho kire
da ba ko de da 126 ene de
onso emmo ka wa ko no awomo na koto wo di obi mo ena wo ko akodi yenye ne saa e wo se meti asese ne komodo esese nka wo bisa ntimi nko ro obi dem na wo sha ase nkodi ne mo
by force ene ko
enye etieti amra Mr and Mrs Commission ewo America brochiman mu omo se masem no eye o mareho enti unso sofo Mr and Mrs Commission se sofo de wo ye de asofo ye sofo enkotwa ne na ase enkono mu nsa sofo bi obese bia ye sofo azan a sofo a onye papa ya de da ho do hwe emfie 61 years sofo onkotwa onase emisa ogitum ese wan akra nti ese o hwe life futu a me de be ma no ba ne me no nche se mintimi ntufo so gitum me da wase onno mo nsan so a wa dwen ntimi yira nti na America say bia oto twede bi kwa wa hu
twede de da man to bia
ai bet ukosai mfataw bitima wo me sebe enye sabiem Mr. Mrs. Kumisen ewo America Bridgeman mu fine the tools yesen
9.60
went mentria so fu mu akopirichi woni hwe ye de send the tools
8.4
onso wenya okra de send ukodi emo chese woni de beto aduane mpodi Mr. Mrs. Kumisen ama makotria mo fine na mama me ne mo kasa wie pa mo kofi sisia edi ansem na aka kire Mr. Mrs. Kumisen
Amisha na me bon person na ko pension na nemu ko pa manitua me ma pension so awoye so
akra ukutwa na se onso bi ansem na wo
dia me pesa me culture Mr. and Mrs. Kumisen say dia me ye na manye ni na ebiso ensi biu ti no na me so enhye na nam nam say Bible said do man no kopon man ti de wa hwene bia
yo osofo akotu Bible yesre say sa Bible na wakotu no opia ode beye adwuma na sebe baby a ye bo ntwene onkosa na onkobro yedamase stay out of trouble and ye de bremo from Kumasi Central Prison dasene nyankopon ema ho kwan a ye besan abamonchi
me to na mo wenu mi ho massacre aswadi ami enyina Somebody am di enyina oh nabani am enyina somebody am di enyina eh me hunya mintino
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
just wanted to find out from you. So on Monday, the Human Rights Court ruled for the 2 Achimota students, the Rastafarian students, to be admitted back into the school. What's your take on that?
Yes, as a country, we have chosen democracy for ourselves. And democracy thrives on strong institutions, including our law court. And therefore, when an individual or a group send an issue to the court and the court gives a ruling, whether it's in your favor or not, we must all abide by that. That is how we will be able to strengthen our institutions and grow our democracy. So first, I would say all of us, those who are in favor, those who are not happy, must abide by the court ruling. Having said that, let me say that when I was in secondary school, the school population, all of us, were nowhere near 1,000. Today, I happen to chair Prempeh College board for some number of years. There are secondary schools with 2,000 students, 3,000 students in Ghana. Now, I ask myself, if even you are managing 4 children, how is it? And you ask school management to manage 3,000 students. Now, if we push ourselves to the realm of individual rights, that I ask you, don't go to town, you say, it's against my human right, you go to court, you get judgment, you come. So I allow you to go to court. The other person, eat, I won't eat, it's against my individual human right, you go to court, you get judgment, so you don't eat. You come to class, you are late, that's against my human right, you dare not talk, I go to court. I mean, if we do this, what I call piecemeal solutions in academic institutions, we must know that we are trending on very slippery grounds. We will get to a point, it will be extremely difficult for school management bodies to run academic institutions. I will wish that the Ghana Education Service will appeal to the judgment, but before that, maybe they talk to their lawyers, if their lawyers will advise them to do so. But instead of using the piecemeal, the other day it was Muslim students who were calling for something. Then you solve Muslim fasting. Now Rastafari, you solve that. The next day you don't know where to come from. Maybe those who are wearing earring, you solve that. The next day we don't know where the next one. You know, the piecemeal solutions to challenges in our academic institution will not help us. We need a more comprehensive program. So now I would suggest that the Ghana Education Service must come out that if you are in academic institution, this is how you can live and practice your faith. You can do X, Y, Z. You can do A, B, C, D. So that we all abide by it. Yet the situation has changed. When I was in school, the school I experienced is not what I'm witnessing today. So let us respond to the change and see how we can work towards unity, have a national cohesion. But I feel that if we leave individuals to continue to go to court for their individual human right answers and come and live in academic institutions, we are gradually tightening the hands of the very people we want them to help develop and form our young people for us in academic institutions.
Marvin, do you think that sets a very bad precedent, you know, in terms of they able to, initially they went to court, they were not granted, now they were now allowed to formally go to court. Now the judge has ruled on the situation. Now the board, the new development is the board has now said they will appeal the case. What's your thoughts on that?
Now, let us respect the ruling. So for now, there's a court judgment, so let's respect it. I said earlier on that I wish GS, depending on the advice their legal advisors will give, may appeal. But if, whether they will do that or not is a different thing. If you ask me the question you are asking me, I would have wished that this issue had not even gone to court. But GS will come out with some guidelines as to how do you practice faith in academic institution, because now that is where the challenge is coming from. It's not only the Achimota Rastafari. We've heard Wesley girls, and we've had St. Augustine, and on and on and on. You know, so if the case must continue in terms of appeal, yes. If we've come to the end of the road, yes. But I will still use your platform to advise Ghana Education Service to come out with guidelines as to how do you practice your faith in academic institution. We have rights, but this country cannot enact laws to suit individuals. We must also have the collective interest in mind, and we must also keep school management board in mind, because they have a task to perform. Formation of our young people is as important as individual right. And we must not get to a point where school management will feel that we've got to a point where managing students because of their individual rights have become so complex to the point that they want to throw in the towel. If we get to that point, it will also not serve the national interests of this country.
Okay. Reverend, so let's just come briefly to the boys. They've had a very long few months, almost close to 6 months of this issue going on. From your point of view and your expertise, do you think they will need some kind of psychological help? You know, because I'm sure it's a very, very torrid and very traumatic experience they've gone through.
At their age, it's expected. But they have achieved something. Whether they will end up in Achimota or whatever, it's a big achievement. It's not the best thing that should have happened to them. But for these young people and their parents to go to court and win a case against the Attorney General, it's a big thing. It's an experience. It's a foundation that they can build on in future. But I've heard some of them on the various media platforms, their feelings, and I will wish parents and others also spend time with them, because they must be frustrated. They must be confused. And in seeing their friends, others in school, and they are going to court, at this stage, that should not have been their experience. So they need everybody's support. They need our prayers. They need our encouragement. Yes, but we wish them well. Who knows? Someday they are becoming some legal giants that this country may need. They have experience, and now encourage them that they build on the foundation that they have built and achieved, even though it's unfortunate. But in life, such things do happen. We wish them well. I pray and hope that what has happened will not disturb their academic future. And if they must land at Achimota, they must be accepted and loved. If for some good reasons the parents feel that we are done with Achimota as chapter 1, now let's find another school. That's also a different thing.
Reverend, thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate it.
The journey began on the Legon bypass, what is usually called the Game Pass stretch. From the start of the road at Jolu to about half of the journey, it was pitch black. The only source of light was from the headlights of vehicles which plied the stretch. The bushy nature of this area makes it easy for armed robbers to attack commuters in the deep of the night. Many have fallen prey to these unscrupulous persons who have taken advantage of the absence of lights on the stretch to lay siege and attack unsuspecting victims. Our hopes were raised a little into the journey with a few street lights in sight. These, however, were only on the right side of the road from the Jolu stretch, and some of these were dysfunctional. Just a few meters to the main road that links Hachu to Atomic, the street lights went dead again, and vehicles had to struggle through the darkness and the terrible pothole-ridden stretch to join in. We continued to the Medina Ebri Highway, where we noticed a rather interesting happening. The right side of the road after the Atomic Junction roundabout and towards Adenta was very well lit with bright street lights, whereas the street lights on the left side of the road from the SDA junction were all dysfunctional. The dark roads posed a serious threat, especially to pedestrians who still had to cross from one side to the other of the road. They could easily be knocked down. At the Legon Mall and Commercial Bank area, the street lights were back, but just briefly because from that area, all through the streets around the University of Ghana, through Okponglo to Shiashi, the street lights which were mounted wouldn't even blink. They were completely off, and the streets were clouded in darkness, but for the lights from buildings and vehicles which reflected on the road. Some pedestrians who use the stretch regularly spoke about how unsafe they feel, while some drivers told me how the absence of lights on the stretch has contributed to some road accidents in the past.
I've seen it to be detrimental to human and also as well as us. Mostly at Okponglo during 12 a.m. or 11 p.m. that way. You can just be on the bus stop and somebody will just take your phone. You use a knife to serve. Recently, a guy was visiting up. You work on Lego campus as a pharmacist. Going home, he was being stabbed on the way and the phone I'm taking and he died. So I think that the street lights, the absence of the street lights causing more harm to people using this lane, particularly, when you are waiting on the government, this problem will not be solved because government go, government come, but Ghana remain. So I think that the citizens, we must gather ourselves that no, if this is the problem, let's also contribute something.
How is that going to be? This is the responsibility of institutions that have been put in place.
Okay, it can be done with a trustable people that are well known in a lane of Shiashi to Okponglo, that they can do that.
This street light is on and off. Sometimes it might be on. Sometimes for the whole week, there will be no street lights, particularly from here up to the next junction. What is the name? Okponglo. For the time, and how the criminals are worrying people here in this bus stop. In fact, it's very uncomfortable. My last bad experience was last year when we were here to pick a car with a friend to our end. And when the throttle came, but by then there was no car, so people were rushing for the truck to join the throttle. So my friend who is with me, in fact, we don't know the person was a criminal. He was having dressed nicely like somebody close from work. And he was following my friend. So, but we were all struggling for the car. And all of a sudden, he picked my friend's phone. I feel very bad. It's insecure because, to stand here, even when you are standing here without a light, you are not safe.
No problem, so be from a cheap problem, one shower, deep sick, and I say, no better me for me. I said, you saw share me, saw light, no, so a ma who are cry, who that's true. And I be a Gina, this year, be Gina, which not the second, but woman, or the second, who a atomic dashing bar. Last time is almost a on floor, be say, Koshi force a day and year. Omoji student for on the phones and teacher a man. So once we assume that last time, Kana soldier for a petrol or say, a more massa in opportunity. It's almost so light in the ma, Ubia, no Bia.
Those people who are caring for these street lights, and they have to manage. They have to, the government to come into this, or no, even not in particular this place, but the whole of the country, street light, where this, because if the street light is gone, if something bad is going on, at least somebody somewhere can see what is going on.
Tama kufoye Medina to the Tatakwasi runabout me who say light biana so da. Me who say street light biana so da. Who can crack the one here now the Wubomoto. they be another because said the Yania Yanam in the council and I drop a four. Or said the one I'm council, I will told her the was. He said, a council you to one raise the Siana, we will come nipa. Will be a hoodie, we can say, we can say, Medina, and it will chum. 12 na born ama mia na de me fa no na de quarter to 7 to say the driver say well na nam say Natalia na share ntimi e kwan so de madam de bia light off.
Next was the Accra Tema motorway. Here, the team noticed that some street lights that were fixed from the Tetekwashi interchange towards the motorway were off. This pattern ran through till a few meters before the toll booth, where the functioning street lights could be counted. From the toll booth, just about 3 street lights were working, then everything went black. Intermittently, a number of street lights would show up, with a few dysfunctional ones, till we got close to the road that leads to the Tema Community 18 junction, where the streets lit up again. Some taxi drivers who transport passengers into adjoining communities, including 18, 20, and 22 from that runabout, shared their frustrations.
Motorway light in any humanity. Yeah, pray and light and Ansion Bay from Accra more Honomwa Bepim Manet. Ben Unam Honomwa Baby Bia to this our light in Mritica Cre Bipe, Anjabu Boni, but the same motorway no so. Nipa cross or so anyhow. To at least mistake we bonipa. To light in it dear. From Hanomo Quinina, Makuma according to Moka almost say, go for church where ye be near the ade, and so you whom the echo. Accident nominally we say Nipa Kumia because obi bonipa nya dia obejina. Obako. And as a cabin to do any nasa car and it light in Yaduma pay. We at least overclock bonito. The accident in a year and every bed by the year. Light in almost see ya be drew as so have 300 more bad dear. Light in near baby, I to Piano dear, a hooper serious.
And I would see age Mahan.
Yeah, no police for
what I've observed so far is street lights no around it helps a lot because first on Nanka won't say your job bag or your job phone, what is about. Say light in here open, sir, and I say be very clear. Or be obedi bonne no, he doesn't get access. I don't know, say street lights, no, man ready budget and can say 100 say can was and I don't know.
As you see a light in the baba, then check the now cough. A cough, ness and rubber for so that to me happens line be or I Juma line be so one night dreams.
I think that if you highlight around here, it's okay. You go out here with darknet. So if you are come from motorway side, someone want to do something with you, you not see the person. But if you let there, the time you are there, no, you saw the person.
The tour continued through Sakumono to Teshi as well as Labadi. On this route, not a single street light could be found on the main road. The Sakumono road was mostly lighted by the traffic lights on the road, but at Teshi, on the bush road, there was barely any light because the sides of the roads were mostly overgrown with bushes. All through the Labadi Beach Hotel area to the Accra High Street, lined up on the streets were several street lights which were mounted without power. A few lights from the new court complex and the Supreme Court lighted up the streets a little, but after that, the entire stretch was pitch black. These residents who reside around the Accra High Street had this to say.
How this place is by this time, it is getting to 10 o'clock now, but this place is very dark. It is very bad for this environment should be here by this time So like it's very, very bad at this time of day that you can see. Once this place is leading to the Supreme Court over there, it's very bad. They should do their much effort, everything they can do as possible, that they fix all the bulbs, even the streets who are there, but the lights are not on always. I don't know.
This evening we were just discussing about what is happening. We were passing and the car just came to pass. And doing this without no lights, street lights, might even cause accidents. Because if I'm crossing the road right now, So far as there's no light, a car coming from the far can't see me. So to that, it can even cause road accidents. It's very bad. I don't even understand how come like we have a big places which are around. We have our elderly people passing. They are not making any effort. It's very bad.
Yeah, it's hard drink too much. One year careful pay, I'm the deal. Mrs. People and then I want about Tom Bango. On so that's a never, Petran apron say. Which are apron say, no, this can coin our money send. Mitina, when you were man and one in Danny farm, Miss Cylinder Mafa. Meet on Tuesday, the following Wednesday, I'm fan. May not 2 days in poor means. Intimantiman to be. And I'm the support our immediately. Sankalai to hold the answer of a fan, Nipper Bakum, Behun, as answer Hannah Esum, to be a noir, or Behun. I'm boy and lighting.
Our next stop was the Achimota Forest Enclave. From the roundabout that leads into the forest road to the area where the police station is located, all through to Christian Village, no street lights had been mounted. Our final stop was the Ofankor barrier. Here, there were mounted street lights, but they were all off. The road was dark all through, and the only lights that could be seen were those from the traffic lights and vehicle headlights. Here are highlights of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign Team's tour of some key areas in the capital left in complete darkness. Of course, we couldn't cover every major road covered in darkness here in the capital of Accra. But this is just to give you a fair idea how bad the situation is. Question is, what are authorities like the National Road Safety Authority and the Ghana Highway Authority doing to fix the situation? Or is it just another case of waiting till elections to get it fixed? Lighting on our roads is possible, and authorities need to sit up and get it fixed. I am Wandami Hagan, reporting for GhanaWeb TV.
News headlines from across the globe today are centered on the novel coronavirus and the ravages it's causing to economies like Ghana. But unlike other countries where many deaths are recorded from the virus, Ghana's situation is slightly different. Reports say many deaths come from road carnages or accidents. On this edition of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign, we speak with one of our partners at the National Road Safety Authority to get a sense of why this situation persists and what can be done to better it. Pearl Adusu is Public Relations Officer of the NRSA, and she's our guest on this edition. My name is Echi Atisu. Pearl, thank you for agreeing to speak with us.
Thank you very much for inviting me and coming to the head office of the National Road Safety Authority.
We are glad that you're giving us the time. So tell us, National Road Safety Authority, what exactly is your role in terms of fighting accidents?
Thank you very much. The National Road Safety Authority is established to develop and to promote road safety in the country, and also to coordinate and regulate activities, procedures, and standards that relate to road safety and provide for related matters. In short, we will say National Road Safety Authority is the lead agency in the country that manage road safety in Ghana.
All right, we know you've done several campaigns, activities over the years with regards to road safety and carnages and all of that. But why do we still have such high numbers of road crashes that lead to deaths?
All right. One of the things is that over the past few years, there have been influx of vehicles into the country. It has risen more than 100%. And then the population is also growing. When we look at the statistics from like in the 90s when we were about 11 million and over, today we are about 30 million. The cars also keeps coming and commuters has increased. And so the more people and vehicles go on the streets, the more crashes that happens. Notwithstanding this, road users are not adhering to the road safety rules and regulations that are out there, culminating with the irresponsible nature of or behavior of people who work in the road safety institutions, related institutions. All this culminates into the increase in the statistics that we have. If not for road safety that are putting down standards and developing standards and promoting road safety by coordinating activities and then other campaigns we do, the numbers would have even been more than we are seeing.
You spoke about the institutions that teach people how to drive and all of that and how they educate our drivers. Can we say for a fact, because we know a number of people who don't even go through the normal system of actually going through driving schools, could this be accounting for some of these lapses that we experience in our road sector?
Yeah, it actually is, because when we want to look at road safety management, it comes with 4 E's: education, engineering, enforcement, and emergency service. So when you take education which encompass training, when we take it out, it means there will be we'll create a platform for fatalities. And so training and education is a very essential component of road safety management in the country.
So how is the NRSA helping to deal with this lapse? It seems like it's a huge lapse or a huge gap in the system. How are you helping to?
Okay, thank you. You can't control individuals how they start driving. Some learn it through going to the formal school process. Some other people teach them. But we've put out standards there. That's why we develop standards. That's why we develop procedures. So if even you didn't go to school, there are standards there. The moment you get on the road, you know that the road, we educate you to know that the road is not for you. You are using the road with other road users, and it belongs to, let's say, an institution or the government. And so there are rules as to how to use the road. That is why if you don't follow the standards and the of the traffic rules and regulation, you are sanctioned or punished. Thirdly, we also go into the field to train the drivers at their terminals. We call it outreach. We go periodically and then we train them, we educate them, we sensitize them, we make them aware of the standards we have in the country and what the consequences will be when they don't adhere to. So we do that a lot. We've seen that over the years we've been doing those things, but these things keep coming. Through research and investigation, we've seen that there is a lot of indiscipline among road users. So what now we do is the main people we see first to call to order is the drivers. So from 2019, we've started training. We call it driver education and training, calling drivers into the classroom back once a year and to train them on best practices. We did the piloting. Then when COVID set in, we couldn't do it, but we are an advanced stage of developing it again with DVLA, and then every year it will be mandatory for you to, as a driver, to go back to the classroom and have a refresher training in defensive driving or any other training that you need to get to be on the road. And the consequences of not doing that is that when you go to upgrade or change your license, when a certificate is not shown that you've been to the classroom to have this refresher course, your license may not be renewed or upgraded unless you go and come. That is something that we are putting up. It is part of some of the interventions we want to bring on the road safety management space to curb the crashes that is ongoing currently.
That sounds like a very proactive measure. But let's get some education. What's the difference between the work you do here at NRSA and then that of the police's MTTD?
All right, thank you very much. The police MTTD are our stakeholders. We work closely with them. They enforce the traffic rules and regulations on the road, on the individual road user, especially drivers. They make sure that rules and regulations, we have Road Traffic Acts, which is, we have 2004, we have 2012. There are a lot of directives, regulations in there, whereby it stipulates clearly what a driver can do on the road and not what not to do. And so the driver is there to enforce that, to see that when you jump or you violate a traffic rule and regulation, you are apprehended, processed, and prosecuted. Ours is that our core mandate is education. We educate the road user. We sensitize them. We make them aware of the rules and regulations that are in our act. And when they violate, the consequences. That is the education. That education even go to the classroom. We partner with Ministry of Education, Ghana Education Service. Some of our road safety bits, set bits, and things they have to know are inculcated in their curriculum, so that the children are taught not as part of examinable subjects, but it comes into some of the social studies, RME subjects that they learn about the act, what it pertains, the small basic things we should do. We coordinate also. We coordinate all road safety institutions, being private or governmental. We coordinate them so that we see that every road safety activity they want to do is standardized.
Okay.
So we, when we're commissioned, do these things. Now that we became authority, a mandate has been given us where we do institutional enforcement. So as the police are enforcing the individual road user or driver, we do institutional enforcement. We see to it that all the institutions that are road safety related work do the right thing. And so when they don't do, we enforce the laws of the rules and regulations, or we sanction them, or we regulate their work, especially the road transport operators and unions. We regulate them. So when they don't abide by the rules and regulations as an institution, that is where we come in and give them compliance notice to comply or face sanctions.
You spoke about the fact that you are now an authority. How different has your work become since you were commissioned and now authority? You were speaking a little about that, but how drastic has the difference been?
When we were commissioned, we just develop and promote road safety and then coordinate the activities of other agencies that want to go into road safety and then regulate some activities. That's all. But now, when the mandate came, we have the power to regulate the road safety space like civil aviation does, like maritime authority does. We have to regulate the transport system the transport system. We don't have to leave them, the unions, the operators. There are certain things we should check before a vehicle from a union, an operator moves. Certain things we should put, they as unions should put in place, which is in the Road Traffic Act. We have to regulate and see to it that they do those things so that crashes will come down. Previously, you advise. You don't have the mandate, the backing, the authority to sanction or to impress upon them to do A or B. But now the law is backing us. The act that brought the authority, Act 993, states that we need to regulate them, see to it to put certain traffic rules and regulation in place, and for them to make sure that they abide by those things. When they do, we sanction them. And so now we are enforcing the traffic rules and regulation in the institutions that does road safety work. So for instance, if you are DVLA and you need to license or certify a car to be roadworthy, but we get there, we realize that the car is not roadworthy, but yet DVLA has certified it to be on the road, then it means we have to sanction that institution, because all these things culminate into crashes. Because when a car is not roadworthy, but it's on the road, it can result in crash. When a police officer is supposed to enforce the law on a driver and you don't do it, we realize that that's sort of, we can sanction that institution. So now we enforce, put up institutional enforcement, whilst the police do individual enforcement, day-to-day enforcement. So for instance, if Ghana Highway Authority, with all their engineers, have to put up a road infrastructure with all furnitures on board, but we do an inspection, we realize some safety infrastructure are not in place, we can give them a letter of compliance so that they comply with the safety aspects of the road infrastructure. If they don't for a certain time, we can go in to sanction them. So that is what we do, which is different from the police. They do individual enforcement, we do institutional enforcement.
As part of your work as well, you do road safety audits.
Yeah, our work says that we should do road safety audits.
Okay.
Especially now that we become an authority.
All right. There are concerns that this responsibility has been left in the background, and that is added up to some of these lapses we have in the road sector. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, over the years, we were not backed by law to force institutions to comply or to do whatever they have to do. We just advise. So we don't directly do the road safety audit those times. We advise the related road safety institution that will take a particular road infrastructure project to let us come in and do. But when we advise that they don't take, there is no law binding them. But now that we have become an authority, when this advice is not taken, for us not to be part or to audit before, during, and after construction, that is where we will sanction them. So now the law empowers us. So this is where they will be forced to bring us in. Those times we were collaborating, we were advising, but it was, if it is ignored or relegated to the background, there was nothing we could do by law, because the law didn't give us any door to sanction or to enforce anything. But now that we became authority, the law backs us to be able to sanction or make an institution that didn't mind us doing the audit to comply with our directives.
Right.
So that is the difference. That is why that section has been left for some time. But now that we are developing our legislative instrument, all these things will be addressed appropriately.
You're also mandated to establish a long-term road safety plan. Is there anything like that, and can you share what that plan is?
Yeah, globally, we belong to the global road safety community, and UN itself has been coming up with structures. Now we have what we call the new decade of action for road safety. It is even a global plan. So we will draw our plan fitting into it. So we just have to put down strategies that will minimize fatalities on our road, because the global plan is for the new decade of action it is from 2021 this year to 2030. Okay. We have to make sure that we minimize fatalities by 50%. So we come to our office and then we put down strategies that we will use to do all those things. And for now, we have put down certain things which, if you don't care, I can share with you. Please. So that we see to it that before the 2020 or by 2030, we will see a drastic reduction in fatalities on our roads. One, what we are doing currently is our flagship campaign that is called Arrive Alive. We bring it to the Tree language. We say Kodru Jojo. It is a campaign that we started in October, and we are hoping it goes well into a number of years to come, maybe 2, 3, 4. We started with topical issues on road safety, like speeding, dangerous driving, fatigue driving, night driving, driving in bad weather, topical issues, about 52 topical issues with infomercials, with jingles to go with it, and then we discuss topic by topic. As we discuss, then the infomercials will be playing. We are coming up with drama productions, we are raising billboards, and then we are collaborating with the police. As we educate, we sensitize, we bring awareness on topical issues relating to road safety, then the police will be enforcing those things. So maybe if we are discussing speeding, what is the speed limit for several areas, what should the drivers do and not to do, and how overspeeding or excessive speeding will affect our road safety issues, then the police too must be enforcing it on the ground. So when they see that you are overspeeding, you should be apprehended, processed to court or something. If it is fatigue driving, what constitutes fatigue driving? What is its impact on road safety or crashes? What the drivers ought to know and what they ought to do. At the same time, when they see that an accident has occurred and we realize the driver was tired but still was driving, what is the consequence? What should we do to the person? The police should enforce that. That is the campaign we have taken up. We have partnered with several media houses, which we are doing an add-on so that it will go nationwide. The piloting was basically in Accra and its environs, but now we want to take it, open our tentacles and go nationwide to all the 16 regions. Apart from the, apart from the campaign, we have certain things we are putting in place. Road safety automation. Road safety automation is where there are gadgets we are developing at the development stage. We put in vehicles, especially the high-risk commercial vehicles, the buses and other things who do inter-city travels. We are starting from them so that we can check people who come to board the vehicle, their names, their identity and other things, the number of passengers you are picking if you are overloading. There are gadgets that we are developing to put there, and so to be checking records of passengers and how you loaded. So that road safety automation is coming up now. Okay. That is one of the things we are bringing on board so that we'll be able to check people. So when an accident happens, for instance, sometimes that people crashed in, let's say, the northern part of Ghana, they got bent and were not identified. Because we have that data already, people can easily be identified when such things happen. And when you are overloading too, it can automatically be known. Secondly, we are doing a road accident database. That road accident database, we are putting a lot of things together. We do it now, but manually. We want to go electronic. So sometimes a year and 2 years over, we've not had a database of the previous year of accident, things that goes into it. Now we want to go electronic so that we'll have a database. Immediately the year ends, we'll have a database so that, road safety, it's a database related institute. So that's what we want to do. As I've already said, formally we were not regulating the road transport service. Now we want to seriously go into regulating the road transport service, which in any way we have already started. This year we brought out some regulatory directives for high risk commercial transport operators and unions to abide by. One is when you are a transport operator who travels well over 500 kilometers or over 8 hours, you need to employ 2 drivers in your vehicle, mandatory, so that we'll check fatigue driving. Because we've realized through research and investigation that a lot of the accident that happens at night is out of a result of dozing drivers veering off or colliding into other oncoming vehicles. And so if you travel more than 8 hours a day within 24 hours, you need 2 drivers on board. And especially night driving, you need 2 drivers because the body is made such that in the night you need to sleep. You need some rest. You need to sleep, so you have to rest. And then apart from that, in the same regulation, we want the transport operators and unions to put logbooks in their vehicles. They don't have logbook, so any speed at all they go. So if you have logbook in your vehicle, it will check your speeding limit or speeding level. And then also we say they should employ road safety officers. They will do pre-departure checks, and when you arrive, they will check. When you this pre-departure check will check the vehicle, its condition, and the drivers, whether the drivers are in good state to travel. Some drivers drink, they take drugs, they are not in good shape, good mind, they are not focused to travel. Meanwhile, they do. So when you employ the services of a road safety officer, he has to check all these things and make sure there are 2 drivers before, when you are a long distance driver, before you leave your terminal, and then your logbooks are there, so they check you. This all these directives that we've put in place, we have employed, since we became an authority, road safety inspectors who will periodically go to the terminals and the stations and be checking whether these directives are being complied with. Now, it is also mandatory that all drivers who do intercity travels should have a mandatory defensive driver training. Either the transport operator or union established in conjunction with National Road Safety Authority and DVLA establish a school on their own, or they liaise with us. We give them a reputable school that will train them with all the models coming from us, so that they will be trained in defensive driving, so that if even there is something, a mistake on the road, you know how to save yourself and the passengers. So these are some of the things we've put in place now. Now we are also collaborating with Ghana Police Service, so that they will automate their enforcement, traffic enforcement, in such that cameras, automation cameras will be fixed in places to check speeding and other relative offenses. So now the human interface will not be there, but as we do in other countries, there will be cameras fixed in vantage points that will pick vehicles that are over speeding, and there will be let's say an electronic machine in their office that will be checking. So it will immediately capture, you will be fined immediately. Why else you don't know that you'll be seen and you'll be fined? You either go back to your station or terminal and then you are handed over a ticket to go and pay. Or when you go to renew your license or upgrade or something, they will look at the number of offenses you have committed. Either you will not be renewed, you'll be refused to go back and come back again, meaning that you can't drive. So these are some of the few things we have put in place. This automation of traffic enforcement, cameras and those things is called traffic tech by the police. So we are in contact with them to do all these things. And another major thing we want to also do is to provide modern rest stops at vantage points along our highways. Accra, Takoradi, Accra, Aflao, Accra, Kumasi, beyond, and then which other one? Which other? Those places? Accra, Takoradi, those Accra, Kumasi, and beyond, and Accra, Aflao. Those major highways that we normally hear the accidents happening. Prevent fatigue driving, for drivers to have enough rest. We're in collaboration with the private sector, insurance companies, and other stakeholders. We'll be putting up rest stops so that these rest stops will be a modernized rest stop, big, so such that even vehicles that are broken down on the roads, which have not been towed, automatically will be towed into those rest stops. So they will be taken off the road and be parked. If we don't see the owners, they will have a safe place to park them so that the other vehicles will not run into them and people will die. Apart from this thing too, we are now talking on a round table, talking with insurance company and police, how best we could bring back a towing project or towing service, so that we'll collaborate with either the private sector and then the premium that drivers pay, national insurance commission made up of insurance companies will take some money out of their premium, then go for services from private organizations, so that we'll be able to effectively, immediately tow cars that are broken down on the road to safe places, so that we'll not have much cars running into such tracks that are spoiled, killing people. So I think some of these things that we are, strategies that we are bringing up, will help us to meet our target of reducing road crashes by 50% by the year 2030.
Be disciplined and do your part. Thank you very much, Pearl Adusu, for agreeing to speak to us on this edition of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. So thank you for joining us on this episode of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. We want to highlight problems of road safety in your community. So we want you to get in touch with us. Follow us on all social media sites as at the GhanaWeb. Send us your concerns, your observations, and we'll get back at you to highlight those problems. Until another time, my name is Eche Atisu. Remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's GhanaWeb TV, and also visit us at www.ghanaweb.com. Do stay safe and be good to one another.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're denying funny face. It's not my brother. Today you're denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Odoi has been in the country for the past few days. His presence in Ghana has generated talks about him switching from England to play for the Black Stars. The president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo himself, has added his voice to this conversation. Do we need Callum Hudson-Odoi in the Black Stars? If he was your brother or a family member, will you advise the English international?
Bad, especially Kudus Mohammed. Ball boy and born no a kamakuma. To me the only blaster play is either Nimonse or Bobo. But other players also be also born home. I think the performance of and bad. Yeah, Mumura, I think some better since until good.
Okay, into the conversations, about Hudson-Odoi, Obama Chelsea, but our Ghana come here, baby now we say a bread do I say England for no man in Bobia, or Umbrella Chrome, a hand and papa free, number now on the ball, Osha Black Star team now, in here Branty and no passer or Bababo.
Oh, I don't have bad prayer. Oh, you're good. You know, when the modern bar or ball Chelsea. Me chess me a bassani, I had to be a bassani, but on your bad player. But you say Bona boy and Bono, yes, Sunny Kaliana. Because when you're the first summer, we'll be feeling mouse so Alabama Ghana because you're gonna need it. But you would have there Kevin Prince Boateng. All by a body in you do, but let her know. And I born also, or you're young. see a bad, let's say, be good in Quadia. I don't think it's a bad movement, or a good player, or better Ghana. And see if it's a banner man opportunity, Nyanko Jani in Swadia. I don't say, and your bad, so bad, and your bad, or better.
Okay, and to me, I say, Obeka Ghana team no one. My chances of winning the AFCON are no manner.
Oh, I don't want to fire me, but the modern Bobby me a boa. But so I don't quite any two players on the Baba me a Jaff Conny and the Menya show. A teamwork. Bano or Bano, so but teamwork, dear, you bet me a J. But I made to me a common quad, dear Magana, dear, and quantum English.
Okay, now what the about my last question, person say, in this Oba, and as I know your Bismarck Odoi, and I news way around that, oh, Bismarck Odoi, Wabo has a folk, or Black Stars in the Kakra, and San Oko, oh, no, your bar, Oberman Abo, and I'll Overcatcher say England for no man in Bobby Count now.
Before San Americano, or buy any body, sir, and I old General Swan, the family, no. Because the football is scarce. Eti coming Kodia. Our partner you know whom you know because Ghana the any crew. And you begin the all bow Mbeye. We never one or too much penalty mistake here. I'm no crack a canoe. Everything I'm where as I perform. It means I can't come on Rossi and your wrong movement be a also man penny than not to me dear. I'm on penny car on your bonnet. But you won't say crown also that. Yanura kwanda on face. To the other pabo ties or bar, yen never bompire mano. While Maswa, Anton Ingano, Kakabitimiakano.
Alright, so to him, though the president have spoken to the Chelsea midfielder, he and his family should take a very critical decision because whatever he decides can affect his career in the long run. You're still watching the Friday's debate here on GhanaWeb TV. We're asking Ghanaians and football fans whether Hassan Odoi should switch camp from the English national team to the Black Stars. We go along and speak to other football fans. So I have another guest here. I'll be interacting with him shortly. What do you think? So Hassan Odoi switch camp to play for the Black Stars. Good morning, Mwakaba, GhanaWeb TV.
Morning.
Abrante na fano Hassan Odoi, you know, where watch the ball kakra.
Watch the ball kakra.
What do you want to say?
Are you good player? No, me Chelsea fan, me a Barca fan. By Hassan Odoi or a Barca. Nancy, Oba Ghana have say almost say man pened na na to say Omo blaster. Me say me na say me huni papa ka maka say mo mistake. On to next Ghana because Ghana your first time ni omo da ye we kwala say omo da ye kinso so be omo da ye Kevin omo da ye most of them oto adumi na omo da Ghana fe da ye omo Ghana ha pa de so ba bobo Ghana ha de kaka mo mistake ka no on to next Ghana so bobo England no we no so call it time no bobo has of folk there has of folk ne papa boy to to bobo has of folk say bobo blaster pa de ya me pengu.
Okay, my question is the last time Ghana won an AFCON trophy was in 1982. Now we are trying to explore all means to make sure that we win the next AFCON. The president met him and probably think that if we have this guy in the team, there is a chance you win the trophy. We are Ghana ni it is Hassan Odoi. Obeba be boy me yetumi trophy na adenti na wo ka say so e busuani a ka won ti ase da e ma ne mbebo
sa GF for mu go ye nipa wo unit 12 sa GF for ipa na ho dia 12 de o mpanimo ha no e boka gu because GF for ya tournamental sa discipline committee for na we for is we for no appointment committee so ma sa mo girlfriend adomada ko hotel ho na obi akoje tournament ko we da ba ko hotel opanimu akwase ko team so da ba ko hotel ba da cap o man penimo ha no kwa moka na Ghana sa GF for mu hodi and it say another say GF for no ba there na we mu di pa there basta coach ni ko je touch ko onye winner onye coach obutuma je cap we coach.
Okay, so on Tuesday June 8 Ghana ne Morocco a friendly game e mo share e ka ba ko unya game ni bi hwe
game amanye bi ahwe bai news no moment ten go news no na me yata man hwe kakra bai eye performance ni ye I say fan match nti e tire obia na ho ode by player no modern course ye sa we no kudus no ono che o deserve say most players obo nimpa kakra bi na deserve sa goalkeeper say goalkeeper ko ada mo onko on the 20 na no 23 that's the deserve keeper oye mature na keeper the be problem one mistake or the be some mistake na what the we pack up we keep we ka saka pon dey wa ko baka gu na me ka say one pen mo ha no kwa baka na sa keeper we ni sa place we there inform any cap.
All right, so to him, if he was a family member to the Odoi family, there is no way he would advise the 20-year-old forward to switch camp and play for the Black Stars, because to him, Ghana, we've done it to a couple of players who were born in Europe, but when they decided to switch camp and play for the national team, at the end of the day, we couldn't appreciate their craft as they were disappointed at the end of the day. But to him, if he really wants to play in Ghana, then he should come and play for Accra House of Folk, the Continental Club, because that is the club of his father, Bismarck Odoi. What do you also think? The conversation keeps getting interesting, but should Hudson Odoi switch camp and play for the Black Stars? So I have two Chelsea fans here, and I'll be interacting with them shortly. This news is about their player, Callum Hudson Odoi. He was part of the Chelsea squad that just won the UEFA Champions League. Good morning, Marco GhanaWeb TV. So.
Oh yeah, Joe. So.
What's the news in the same player no or Kuma?
I take pass or Ghana. Yeah.
And to Ubepese, Onjai England now on the bomber the Black Stars of Ghana.
Oh, bet me England. Say England about 2 matches per no. Bet me about bomber Ghana. If you say England about 3 matches and unti me bomber Ghana by 2 matches. Bet me about bomber Ghana. It's your film say. Oba Ghana wetin ayi my ombra Ghana ebe no
ebi muso ka se Ghana no eya empem mebre no yema abrofo na yan wo mu okroma no omo ba ye treat omo ye nti ene obi ka sai o se ne ba enka na se ni nua nka o ma no abrante no embebo e ma Ghana sansem no uka den fa
o omo kasa no omo ma dwen no omo kire ne sa e wi ase de open feeling o kasa baba ma Ghana obi no betime si ni ho kwan se e ma ne mbebo o lansi ma Ghana kwa de obebo
nti wo hwa Ghana team na obeka wa ye betumi age AFCON no
oh ye betumi akoye na vi so no a good player o crabo timi de koye ni opushi e ma di right team boss ni nti ye betumi avance obebo akra ma goals ni be easy amaye ono e play bi onum twen Europe say e benya na ti say e ka 2010 player bi ba usa be ye e wo crabo timi twen Europe team boss ni sa na ono so o crabo timi twen right team boss ni se betumi avance akoye betumi bi amaye.
Well, he's a Chelsea fan and he believes that with a ball-playing player like Callum Hudson Odoi, he will be very vital if Ghana is indeed wants to win the 2022 Africa Cup of Nations. But he doesn't agree with those saying that based on precedent on what has happened to Ghanaians abroad who chose to play for the Black Stars, he shouldn't switch camp from England to Ghana. I'll speak to another Chelsea fan here and find out from him if he also wants Hudson Odoi in the Black Stars. Good morning.
5 mornings, Yama.
Hudson Odoi, Onja England, not on Black Stars.
Odoi, they have been feeling so Ghana because Senegal or in the end. Oba Ghana, Bema Ghana, and Severe, Bekoya, I'm a Black Star, and Timia Fabiba, and Peripheral Ghana. I am to miss about Ghana players in Bibiania, I say, Bob, I could be an Omokase, Grand one yard, the any other, I didn't see also correctly. And I'm a person, so I'm to me the Hemo Intina, I am a Ghana, I be Biania, yes, I back.
Okay, in this Hudson Odoi or shows is here Hudson Odoi or shows is here 7 men or Bekachan.
Oh, Odoi, me feeling you send a bonny bond there. Me feel inside or Bagana, let or Ghana and Blaster and the SQ because send away in Ghana or Ghana and Mumbai. Oh, in Ghana, me feel so black Ghana back there or some about Ghana and there, and a beboy, Yenya, and a Baku. Now I'm watching the team in Quenim. The Cassie Jaffa, Crassia, Kakasaka, Etiapia, Sano Sade, as I now come at it to me more bonty. Ghana Blaster, Basse, Munya, Bompire boy, the Pibot Tamak said. Mama odo emla Ghana no nsi mebo bi mai. Nya ekoya ni.
Well, Hosinodo, if you are watching us here on GhanaWeb TV, that is what your Chelsea fans are saying. They would love to see you in the Black Stars. All right, so you're still watching the Fridays debate here on GhanaWeb TV. Don't forget, you can also join the conversations in the comment section. We're asking today whether Callum Hudson-Odoi should switch camp from the Three Lions of England and play for the Black Stars of Ghana. Don't forget that we're still preparing for the 2022 Africa Cup of Nations. It's been long, ever since I was born. I am yet to see an AFCON trophy. So hopefully, if Callum joins the Black Stars, it can enhance the performance of the team. We've already spoken to other football fans, but we are here to interact with others to see if they agree with the assertion that he shouldn't come, whilst others are calling for him in the Black Stars. Good morning.
Morning.
Callum Hudson-Odoi. What should the ball kakra?
Oh, my
Nobody to say.
Oh, a good player.
A good player.
A good player, pa.
And Yenyano, our Black Stars team numa. Is it then a boy? Our bota I say be winning AFCON.
Oh, one day we good. Yenyano team more. No Ghana.
Okay.
No Ghana by February no me say mo enye. E ka me kwa ka boa no kontan baby. Because Ghana for mu phone bi aboro. Because person be figure amon na ebo Ghana. Yahu faso bi ayen dey amaye. Player no na you mo say no keke. Ka me kupa dia. Come on, Mama Ghana.
I'll come back to you on that. But for him, he is also saying that the boy shouldn't come. He should continue with the Three Lions because the Black Stars has nothing good to offer him. I'll speak to another football fan here. Good morning, Mwaka over GhanaWeb TV. So, Black Stars here, Bobo on Tuesday. Unya bihe. What share performance of the team now? Yenya Hudson-Odoi ebe share team no saying a performance in Beko.
Acho ebe ko nanim pa beboy pa because dano Black Star ball or boy na. In fact manager ho. Won say players no bebre amobi. But titiro no boy no ma manager pa. Won boy won say elusu there but ball dey omo bi pa.
Okay. Inti obeka team no ho a
ebe boy be me akọ animu pa. Do African cry ebe boy kura obeka ho betima me akọ animu na Ghana no. Ghana mpempi ye say players. Because yenya players bebre were falling na one baboy we say Kevin players bebre atumbo bobo no a chire no nkosiaga ubonso mbeko kura na team no kro mbo na bro chire no kura no nko no muti bench.
All right, so hold it right there for me. I will come to you on that. Let me also get Hudson-Odoi ne me who tweet of investigative journalist Manasseh Azuri. I say your Hudson-Odoi successful bebre e Ghana but yentumi show mu ye enu nti na ye di akwa na chi no Ghana baby ayedu no ye hia brand no pa e team no.
Okay, so far ye hia no pa serious oni mo ne bo e na hwe see Ghana national team na do na me shedam player bia ne seso ne se.
Okay.
On bia ne se omo maka na mo ya de kama but on level no on top as so far say yenya ne beka ho dia enye bad sir but say betima nya no so the main problem enye is say obetima baba man no baba man so a ye wo different angles be bless your team study. First of all your coaching system no e poor. Even they say agency bia omo de ye football no and so ye poor. We di makwala ni CK hwan ye call up no cra friend upon so ye superstar betima friend aba but ye wo adwuma bebra ese ye answer na national team no anya botai bi agina obetima ba odo nkwa odo but
my question before say be din common say oyewunu aketua obusuani obetu no for say onjai England the country woman will be onjai na ombeboma Black Stars.
Oh, so far so me busuani pa make say ombebo Ghana.
Okay, I will come back. Let me speak to this man here. For him, he's a Chelsea fan. So he's happy that Odoi was part of the team that won the Champions League. Pacho Hudson-Odoi, we are Chelsea ni Nimbwadimbo no to say Yenyano Black Star.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Na dey back when me say Ghana for yes players no.
Okay.
Obeboy. Obeko. Watch na on flare no. The team na obo no. E be dey na team na dey afese na.
Inti say oyoba.
Me ba but me moja dey moja. Baby e wo no. And ye wo.
They say ya won wo Ghana, ya won wo
Ghana, but yen tue hunfo ne yen suane ye. Sakola no obebo no. Yesu yen fa ye mo ni munde ne enyansa fanta na chi. Obobo na wulusu na ochena na ye foko ne ye de watem. Enye ebu nipa bam. Ase wo komika obi so mu a otwen. Ti misrem se maba ha ye ina ye tuatu adwen ye de nkomo ye misrem. Mo man panifo na so de ente se nipa no wo baba akono oba mienu a won san fe ne back na won so me de won san mla biem visa se bi nipa no won san se wo afa nipa na bada better bench wa ma na mobo ni bi wa mobo ni bi no ebe den na nipa no wo kwa ni team bit ma re afre no wo kuna ni mu as.
Okay, so you started the conversations that if he was a family member, there is no way you let him switch camp and play for the Black Stars. Adenti and oh my me fiti say ya wo me AFCON trophy me hu bi da enka ebe ma wanwa say me hu say Black Stars agi trophy minim say sa na won so wodwen adenti na e bia as brand no be boy a obeka say so e wunua ana say obusuani a on tunifo say on jai England na obebo ma Black Stars.
Oh fine, Ghana agi cap a e ma nyina ana obusuani na say oboma Ghana eye ba Ghana no you say players papa cause oba that's a mistake a club no ho a say me nwan dika kan no o say na ye jana siwom na say ye say ye nwan bi a the bobo te me say ka me nwan ko pa dia me ntu so on free on ma Ghana o mu say Ghana ye ma dia ba me nwan pa dia me ma ne mo Ghana
indi say or shows you see oba catch and say e ma ne mbo
oh hem ko meka say mo me ma ne mbo.
Okay.
Me kwade ba ko.
Na won so ne ya adwen say enkebe a ontena bibi o na.
Me dey.
Adentina o ka say enkebe a ontena bibi o because o ma pani kra dey atu nanim say ye be hia no e wo tim nim.
The tia America say ontena baby o no kire say aye Ghana. You see blaster na o ho no. Ghana na nka say obi a oni players mpanifo no a wo mu di team na chi no obi a oni player odene ye dey ebo match ono so be obo foreigner oni panyin bi a obedi nanim beginning ni e ba so no so kakra sa obo 2 matches 3 matches no lusu a afi ne okwa oti bench e ba sa team na obo no omu so hu ne modern mo no a obo no na team na obo no anye bia odo e wagidi ye wo Ghana ye hwe ne match Chelsea ye hwe ne modern ma e wo soro ankasa na nse na ase pira ba na kwan ma wonya bi nya dey e mo ono kra de e pira no e dey wa pira ana blaster na o ye won krofu mienu bi wo mu a sa blaster unim bokra na sa nkrofu no mu a ya na eden me de mu din sa nkrofu mienu no so mu wo na unim bo ba ye ka wo hye spirit bi o se de yo ye ka wo hye ti sa nkrofu no mu pa de a me de me kire nse won tra ni England ha no mo ne bo me de mimia no a abrabo e bokọ anim mem kase o mo abrabo ne manachi da bi o mo nko nanim na
well, if he's my brother, there's no way I'll advise him to play for the Black Stars. Also, can say so your bar, then come on nimbo.
I say my brother can no correct. If you see your bubble boko any. Ghana height no. And penifo bi what on my end say on my osi kwan. Omo obi ankoso. Team na Black Stars team na da no. Abedipele be boy. Samu say ku for tom to ga be boy. To nebo bokoy but nipa bia ba se wo mo de wo mo ma blaster team no de enko me nyame ya se bia boy na bobo ne ball no ne e me yawo bo no bo nyame ya but nipa bia mo so mo si akwan enti ha na e wo no de wo mo ma blaster team no de e move nkoto but we aso so ye ntra we aso so nyesa enam obi so na obi ye monrop me boy na oba no me oba kan me ni beje Ghana se bo amese obobo Chelsea me Chelsea fans ha me bone bobo no mani beje but wo ba mo empanifo na wo etra ho no omo made ne so de enko mani akose otum ni kamedika akase otum kan ya twenwa ko ye masa blaster team no ye nyina de ya wo na me no me no de anya we de ya me ye nyina de ya yo ma ne de ya but nipa bia osua bobo a mo pese o manere na wiase otwe wiase na so de mu kwaku a ebi buaba.
Okay, so I will speak to you, but for you you wish to see him in the team irrespective of what your friends and colleagues are saying. Ono say the Ghana ya dey other players ayewo amanane a omoji tu mi say yewo me amanane, but me mama and me papa fi Ghana enti me ba bebo amomo no omo baaye no Queen Usu abaye Adam Kwarase ankoyi amomo, but still na ugina bibia ugina say eyewo nua obema brand na bebo am Ghana.
So far no me hwe England ne Ghana the difference no kakra bi system no na say e change man ma bi basa obo England national team na obo Ghana national team difference no nso England no na come asem omo so yenim omo enema bi omo ye Raheem Sterling mo some the omo treat omo no enye te say the omo treat England for na nkasa say the boy players bi say we mba yen treat omo so sa system no bi om odo team be kwa England national team na say treat racism straight be break Rashford mo so no so omo ye magwai mo ne ades na omo receive sa treat no sa and say see bi ba ha ye omo say England ho no okobia obenya the same thing it means say ogitum na ye menu yanko an dia so far England Ghana nya team pa de call World Cup no ye hum standard a ye raise flag no ko do England omo ko na asuma ba omo so dia danada na ogbo 1-2 na amfa sa atiatia ne sa ne mani nyina koso the same thing say me so far Ghana betima obeti ase ne change system ye coaches ne ma betima put together no be national or the addition be kan ho a enye bad sa because me England na okono bi upon say England national team England and Ghana you see ball part ball ye ne ma no ye ne ma bi hye ase a ye ntimi nyane ba ye no mo system no the same thing omo receive trade beble but ye ntimi hu Raheem Sterling ya dia how a media no fan no and this said the omo jako hye mu bia ye so on sa na ye so ye de ne mbu se obi ba na obebo bia o ye foreign na ne sa na omo so de media to me say me nkwan dia odo mfa na dishi ne me kan ho e be boa because England national team no odo betima akohyem but obesa ba ni age nso Ghana betima bo ahead bebri ya maya even yes nti England national team betima ko bowa yenim jako hye tom cleverly mo bo no mo hype mo on bo 1-2 pe no ma yira no musunsu ira ti se Ghana betima bo be 5 years 6 years kwa maya na ordinary dishi ne be kan ho na be better maya ni me hu di bia how say examples no be but Kevin saying oba no low team but Ghana dinner ye team raise standard e man ko nya yes we so oba no Chelsea there on top even by a cry penany others nyina ti oba Ghana ball and means say so free na Chelsea national team da Chelsea na kasa particular no Ghanaians na omko boy no omo yade a omo nim say ya nyama case and no free Ghana oba Chelsea no right so odo ba no be shem na the here say the performance no be serious no ato aso emfa ho ne ba bia oko intermediate to msamimi nkwa dia na mehwe ni national team si pa odo addition ho na ha no betima ye freely even say nyame ya adone qualify World Cup ye ni England kwa sunsum no enye ginchin bia asa na ye na enema no ye nye ye ntina na ye media to me so ye mabusuani a meka so meboa na Ghana move forward.
All right, so to him Callum Hudson-Odoi, if he decides to play for the Black Stars, he will feel at home. But in England, the black players like Raheem Sterling and the others, they've been receiving racism tweets if their performances are not good. But in Ghana, this is the home of his dad, Bismarck. So he should come and play for the Black Stars. But one more thing, Yene Ebinum Kasayano, almost a Ghana, the Black Stars, the Manimbo. But on the ball no kakra na oya na wababe boa ma haso folk eno na ye ne papa club oh nti omba Chelsea no be retire ombra Ghana embe bo ma haso folk ebe o de se obehu no Ghana Premier League. First of all, my mister was a Ghana team and I support
Hasofuk.
Who supported Hasofuk? Yes. Is it briefly or Bahasa?
Oh, has there and simple.
No, I say so be retire. What born the you know. Sasa moja koi wa kwaba. Nti ko no be retire ko mbra fie on be boma Hasofuk.
So obebo and kaimani beje but ain't happy. I know them NC and so no matter the Bekobia never crab a to go you always see and crowd has of a intermediate so far no the blast and here now local side in there as a mojamba and say cry Boba Kumino oh cocoa when you why you say and do once I will be our baseball obligatory there a normal level no difficult say ye ko dressing room yan go ontimi mbo hasefo ye ne Olympics hu de cause of dressing room ne ma tantan we no odo e mo sa no mo ba na mo ne ma no go top enti no nko ade anya adwuma me de say ne focus no de blaster na see etimi nya na ma ne bebo a e bebo na me say oba bebo as okwa bi kwa no mawu enti e hu ntesi enti no de menyu.
Okay, also Black Stars Saturday and Ivory Coast bebo prediction and
oh you be Ghana.
You be Ghana. Ivory Coast team way.
Oh, Ivory Coast ya de Ghana. Oh yeah. Ivory Coast ya de Ghana. Ghana you bobo. Ghana is your team. No kan here.
I didn't know say.
Oh, because for the no. I say who can correct because your local boss be akwa no, we good players. I dey kwache for kra. So mu no here e so tia. Okay. So that's here. Team like because there o ma Ghana best 3 kra.
All right, so let me also land with the Black Stars game against Ivory Coast. What prediction? Was our game no any day?
Ball there, Ghana there, ball there in ball pa there, Ghana in ball pa no credit or no there. Ghana be share Ivory Coast. Yeah. Ghana be share Ivory Coast. Ghana boy in ball. Okay. The penny for no kukwasa bi omu ye no sumase no. Na ama team no entimi nya dey enkonene. Ghana dey in ball. Okay. The crowd will be trying na former DFA no. You say here on the back because you see a Ghana football I say okay Ghana football I say Ghana
okay.
Football
so my misa also Black Stars Saturday quick one you bet you me ashe
oh if you boy any local boy right bet me ashe but I na selection I na if be no mo say me nua mo kan na obi aka hwe for boys na ba na hwe local boys na e press bebre wa ha me hwe has press base me no bi na me hwe kotoko praise be nua ye dum kra ye beti mama ene ma de akomanim akwase mpanifo no omo ye de bia me ka se osu abobo ameka na mpanifo mo monte ase ba me se beti ma ahye okay if se moloko twai wane ye me ya pa me de ho yawo moloko je team bia moloko be twai kuma
their first win in about 20 years
kumasi me ka sonte go adia sonte go mo guy bi adia mutafa yo on be she kumasi umsumani stay my say mo look at ya fan hu dey so there achi and then na ye tena ho ma Ghana ye wade papa o panifo no mo di anim no e na mo sori am say amampani kufa de kase so dey go make kai o kase bi say di papa ko pe na dey e ye na ma bi en fata matra ho masa Ghana ye wo players ya wo beti ma bopo a wo nyina na bon nsem etiri masa ye ni ambre o.
Well, so that's how the conversation went here. We are in the streets of Accra to interact with football fans. Will you want to see the Chelsea star in the Black Stars or not? What do you also think? Share it with me in the comment section. You're still watching the Fridays debate here on GhanaWeb TV, but we go along and speak to other football fans. All right, so I have my final guest here on the Fridays debate here on GhanaWeb TV. Today we're asking if you want to see Callum Hudson-Odoi in the shirt of the Black Stars. Many have already spoken to us, and to them, they won't let the boy switch camp and play for the Black Stars because it has happened in the past. Kevin Prince Boateng, Adam Kwarase, and the likes. What do you also think? I am ending the conversation with these gentlemen to see what they also think. Good morning,
Good morning.
Team Ben, I support Ghana and Amanane.
Me support Kumasi Asante Kotoko. Okay. And Amanane so Liverpool.
We support Liverpool. Into what share the branch Fano Hudson-Odoi. We who only Liverpool abo and pen bebre. Obe pese ube hunu ewa Black Stars.
Me pese me huni pa because ye Ghana team no. Enti me pese me huni pa. Na me hwemo a amanfo chiro madwena so mo chiro madwe se maboy ne ma ye bedi ho ye akakra because so hwemo a Senegal 92 na song bofo na abelipere boten na the day you were 4 years but the day you and or captain brasa enti adenti no obi free baby but 20 years ya mpese e beba na bebo brasa enti de be kan se o bebo brasa no 20 years dia ma obi amfa comment bi amase ma boy ne mebo brasa
dia omo kan se Ghana no bebre aba Prince Owusu Abeye Kevin Prince Boateng Nancy goalkeeper Adam Kwarase also Ojai because na nduro turo no doso omutu ndo ko mo dey say ne career Inti the omo kan say nkomu bebre kan say omo hwom na nke so omo ba nkoma anaso omo busuani a omo mane mba na obi mbetu na edu anaso obo ba ko na anko ya na ye di na tama na ekosi o maame ne o papa so ti omo mane mba.
Okay, the o carry there enka ye be sa spiritual way ni there so okomu a family na sem be ye football na ye no ye nim say football say draw mu aduro ni mu ye da say brasta na ko nanim omo mbedi kan na di kan bebo bia akọ ena ene ye san wo brasta enti say obi beka say duro asem ti ma boy ne man de me no obo nya adwen.
So finally oba obetu no
enka meka chenzo
no England na bebo magana
enka meka chenzo nya England no bebo magana.
All right, so to him he want to see the boy in the Black Stars because he would love to see Ghana win an AFCON trophy. And he doesn't agree with the people who are saying that based on what has happened to some other Ghanaians who decided to come and play for the Black Stars, he shouldn't come. I'll speak to another man here to also find out what he also thinks. Mwakwaba, Abrante no on Jai England now bebo Ghana na say manemba.
Nasa mountain baby because he was bemi wa Ghana hama. Oba ko send career, mountain baby.
Oba
because he was press wa Ghana hama. O shani pepe no okwa manane. No akwa bo ho. Because you pay yanko betra bon wa here. Yem pay yenti ya jan kwa manako. Mountain baby no bon bo. Baby aye baby mountain baby.
AFCON no ya ji bi ache. But ebi o man pay susu den ka ono oba obobo ma ya ji AFCON no. Also kade manimbe na che da AFCON no empere Ghana ya beja na.
Yes am empere Ghana e wo suban bi o ma oba na se mistake kakra bi ba pepepe na ya twa no agunu so e yesu bi ya ho press bebre abakọ anke bade sam wo kra anke botu maji se ya pam mo ko no so be na so be mistake ni apam no kwa na no fast be won onten baby no mo no bo baby ai baby a e press wo Ghana.
If you heard him, Osinodoy, he is advising you not to even think about it, to switch come from the Three Lions of England to come and play for the Black Stars. My last gentleman here on the show, he is a Chelsea fan, so I'm going to find out for him if he would love to see his star player represent Ghana and Chelsea at the same time. Who support Chelsea? Wa brante no e Ghana
me peso be baba bobo Ghana bono Ghana kra
peso be Ghana adentia
e de kra na samoja kra Ghana wanya mai
e kra ya ne
e de pa na samoja no Ghana bolo boma hina de na wanya like wanya mai so just penalty any Uruguay just penalty out but chine kra de see
well usually say yes because Mikaya say sa penalty na man for we.
Oh, me dey me tie Batman for many hu and the sana me tie nti me to me can say ada say omu ya no me ma for many hu ba me tie bi nti we say on so England obo ne ball kama ejini sika odin baba Ghana obeba be no ho de but just this mistake bi obe no on so be twkin sem bebre e dey aba afi no so ko sa ni print omo de ba bi kura no na afi atem de ne insult e trauma parents no nti to me in the on baby on money on an England no simple.
All right, so let me end with you. When I spoke to some House of Folk fans no much I say Ghana there emanim but or papa bo House of Folk into obe retire say na Samboje na obebo ama Legon City si enka onja no bebo or be retire on bebo ma House of Folk oh ye kotokwa ni sa asem no ti ade na oka
oh ankan there because our time kwa no boba my House of Folk there yeah
enye ya say o ye kotoko na
o da bia ya say na Ghana for but me check kotoko fans ni na
okay
ima ojanfi on kan chese me tia no obuati menka
na leg no betumi age
oh leg ndi yen abotrema Yesu because yankopon no ye bibia wo yire won kwa dia obi oba yire mo betumi age.
Well, you've heard what the people we spoke to had to say about this very issue. What do you also think? Share it with me in the comment section. Should Callum Hudson-Odoi switch from the Three Lions of England and represent the nation of his dad, Bismarck Odoi? Don't forget, Ghana is still preparing for the 2022 Africa Cup of Nations. And on Saturday, June 12th, the Black Stars will engage the Elephant of Ivory Coast at the Cape Coast Sports Stadium. It has been the Friday's debate with me, Joel Leshen, here on GhanaWeb TV. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms at the GhanaWeb. Also subscribe to our YouTube channel when you are done watching the video. Until we meet again, same time next week, be safe.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he
No,
did.
but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
When it comes to music, some people refer to him as the king of hooks in Ghana. He is that musician that is capable of snatching your girlfriend with a silky and smooth voice. He calls himself the young Daddy Lumba, and I think I personally agree with him on that because he has proven himself worthy to be called by that name. Let me not bore you with too many descriptions. Let's take a quick breather. When we come back, we'll unravel our guest for this edition of Talkatainment. I am Elsie Lamar. Welcome back from that quick breather. Kim Promise is here with us. Welcome. Sorry.
Thank you. Appreciate it. You're welcome home.
Okay. How's life been?
Life is good, man. Life is a blessing. Thankful for everything.
We thank God you are back to us. Some of us were missing you when you went.
Yeah. I'm glad to be back. I didn't even really go anywhere. I was just taking it easy, just working for you guys. So finally it's time to reappear.
It will be worth it.
Yeah, definitely.
Today you're not wearing your boots.
Yeah, these are not even mine, They're for one of my creative directors. It's called Urban Jigger. He was wearing them and I was like, these are sick. So I literally just put my legs in them. It's mad. How do you find them?
It's cool.
You're jigging it.
Oh yeah. The fact that it's a house shoe.
Yeah, it's mad.
But like, speaking of your sneakers though, I think I was arguing with some of my colleagues at work yesterday about your sneakers, and I was telling them that some of the sneakers you wear actually cost a fortune.
Yeah.
So they go like on the deal to me share those. You Kambu, I'm friend of Kambu.
Yeah,
I'm like,
I heard that.
They are designer sneakers. So like, what's been like the highest amount you've purchased a sneaker? Actually.
No Ghanaians, you go talk right now. You tell you a couple thousands of dollars.
Really? Yeah, I'm not surprised because when you go online,
you see the prices.
A sneaker freak actually, and you want to buy something of good quality, you go online. So only those who are into sneakers will really
definitely. If you check out my sneakers, like if you see me wear anything, you can just Google it. You find the price.
But what's the inspiration behind your haircut?
Nothing actually. I cut my hair before I even blew up, and it was just before I blew up, so it became like my look. That wasn't the intention, honestly. It was just a coincidence. Do you know what I mean? So I just kept it.
But have you had comments that people saying you look like Davido and all that?
Yeah, I have several different comments. Yeah, I've heard
because
that
of
one.
your side bend.
Even him, we were together some time in Nigeria. He was like my twin because he sees us as well. Like we all see it every time, the comparison. But I don't know. I don't see it. Maybe it's just the beard, but
I think it's just the beard.
Yeah, because I don't see it.
Okay. How competitive is the Ghanaian music industry for you?
I don't view it from a point of competition. It's not competitive for me. Not saying that it's not like I'm saying no one's on my level or anything, but it's no competition for me because I don't view it like that. I view like everyone's doing their thing and contributing their quota, and I'm here to contribute mine.
But you think it's kind of hard to strive?
No, rather than see it as competition, I see it as like when I hear some songs, I'm like, nah, this is sick, and it kind of inspires me to like do some other sick stuff, crazier stuff. So it's not even competition; it's like motivation. You know what I mean? Yeah, man.
And you're no way intimidated by.
Never ever. I don't sound like nobody. I don't move like nobody. The movement is 5-star. Do you know what I mean? And I just do it how I want it. at the end of the day, I'm not one who's influenced by trends or what's popping, what everybody's doing. I don't care about it. You know?
You're just a cool dude.
I do what I like.
In your cool color.
Yeah, man. You know.
Okay. So your record deal recently.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about it? How it came about?
I'm signed to Legacy Life Entertainment in Ghana. Not in Ghana, but I'm signed to Legacy Life Entertainment generally, and we are, you know, in partnership with Sony Music UK through 5K Records in the UK as well. You know, it's basically just we have a goal, which is global domination, and just taking the music onto a more, you know, bigger platform, on a global platform, basically. And these are people whose goals and dreams align with ours, so we go into business together. There were a few offers, but we ended up going with 5K.
When I heard the news of the first thing that came to my mind was, so is he leaving Legacy?
No.
Are they taking him away from Legacy?
No.
But since it's been cleared up,
yeah, we did
I
together.
was expecting when your song Slow Down came, I went to your YouTube channel and I realized that the song was still
on Legacy
channel.
yeah.
And I was like, what's going on?
Yeah, so it's on Legacy Live Space, but you
Yeah.
see with the credits and the whatever, you see Sony Music UK there.
I didn't really pay attention to the
it's
Sony
there,
music.
It's there.
But since
There's
you're
a
still
partnership.
there and they have
We work together. I know be anybody will take somebody.
You made a couple of tunes with Mr. Easy.
Yeah.
How is it like working with him? How's the experience like?
It's good vibes. That's my boy. You know, we're families. My bro from time. You know, before I blew up, before he blew up. Like I met him in Adenta some time ago in Clue Studio. Before anything, you know, had popped off for me. He had his first EP out called About to Blow, and it's ironic. It's crazy how, you know, everything just happened like About to Blow, and he did blow up. You know what I mean? And yeah, man. Like I said, he's family. He's my best friend. You know, we've known each other for a while. And good peoples, man.
But your song Jealous with him, did you, since it was shot during the quarantine period, did you ever anticipate that it would be this big?
Yeah, I guess. You know, I love the song, and it was just something about the song, you know. And he felt the same way about it. And whenever I have that feeling, or he has it, or we both have it, it's something good. It works out, you know. You know, it's the same feeling I had when I made Commando. It's the same feeling when we made Da Baby. Like these are songs that he's been there when, you know, I was making them, or when I made them, or he heard them, you know. So Baby I'm Jealous is just magical. Like I say, it doesn't sound like anything that's out there or anybody does, and you know, we just got the vibe, and look at what it did.
So people have tried to get through to get a song with Kojo and Chu. According to them, all efforts have proved futile because it's kind of like hard to be able to get him. How were you able to pull through with that?
Yeah, even me, till I had seen him, I had never seen him. Like I had never met him in my life till the day I saw him. So he was supposed to meet Mr. Easy one day, and I was with Easy at that time, so we went to meet him together. So I was like, legend, I'm a big fan, you know, my family, big fans, my mom, my sisters, everyone loves you, and I grew up off your music, and you know, that was basically it. I wasn't even asking for a feature, you know what I mean? And he told me, yo, he loves my music as well, like he's heard about me, and you know, we could do something one day. I'm like, damn, sure, like, of course I was blown away, but because this is me starstruck and super excited to meet this man, and he's saying he knows me, he listens to my stuff, and you know, we could do something together one day. So when I sent him, bruh, I wasn't too sure about it, like, because I know he has never done a feature before, you know what I mean? Unless it's his song that he features someone, but people can't feature him. So we did, bruh, there was none like that, do you know what I mean? So, but yeah, when I sent it to him, he loved it. I was in South Africa, I sent it, by the time I got back to Ghana, he was done. Yeah, he came, we shot the video, everything sweet, you know, he's a, for the kind of person he is, you know, he's very down to earth, and you know, I just want to say much respect to him for, you know, keeping that level of, you know, professionalism and, you know, balance of respect, regardless the age gap or, you know, whatever, you know, he's the man, you know, shouts to him, man.
But how did your encounter with him influence your career?
Oh, I mean, he's like a father figure to me. Like, before I dropped the album, I went to his house, I played it for him, you know. He told me, this is it, you know, as promised. And Yeah, like I play music, we speak, I talk to him, you know, when he has shows I go to, he came to my show. You know, it's more of a family thing now. And he's someone I look up to basically because he's made timeless music and that's what I seek to do. You know, I'm not trying to make 1 or 2 hits and, you know, that I'm trying to make music that lives on forever. Like till today we play Kujoinchi's music. You know what I mean? And that's what it is for me as well. Like till now you play Selfish, you play Oh Yeah, you play CCTV. Do you know what I mean? That's the whole idea.
Speaking about that, how important do you think it is for young ones to work with the old folks when it comes to music?
Yeah, I mean, if there's a vibe, you make it. For me, I don't force the vibe, you know. If it's meant to happen, it'll happen. If I have a song and I feel like this person, it will be so great to have them on, I reach out. You know what I mean? It really doesn't hurt to collaborate, whether it's with an older person or newer generation. Like the joint EP with Kill Beats and Oforian Ponsan, it was, you know, just us having fun. And I met Oforian Ponsan in Kumasi, and I'm like, damn, I'm a big fan. Like, if you know me, you know how much I love this guy. And he's like, yo, I love you too. I'm like, damn. So we have to do something together one day. And he came to Accra, he came to the house. We made everything here one night, the whole EP, you know. So, like I said, if the vibe is right and the two of you connect, why not, whether old or young.
Okay.
Yeah.
But what's your assessment of Kill Beat so far, his influence on your career and all that?
I feel like it's very clear to see, like, basically helped me shape my sound. Basically even change my sound. Like, he's the most vital person in my career, if I should say, you know. Like, since meeting him, everything has just moved from grace to grace and, you know, levels to levels. And that shows the kind of genius he is. Do you know what I mean? Not even just as a producer, but as a boss, you know? So, yeah, man. He'll be definitely, you know, be the captain of the ship.
So will you at any point leave him and do something?
I know, I think it's a forever thing, you know? If in the future maybe I have my own business or I'm doing my own thing, I don't think that will be a problem because we'll still be family and we'll still work together. Obviously, even for he himself, I know he wishes for me to also grow into my own man and me being my own boss into my own world whatsoever. But as family goes, it's a forever thing.
Are you of the view, or do you also agree with the view that seeking the old folks' opinion on a song before releasing it actually helps to shape it and sieve it from the whole lot of noise that we have now in our industry?
What do you mean by noise?
Well, you know what I mean by that.
For me, I have people I play my stuff to before it comes out. You know, so not necessarily older generation or older folks, it's whoever it is that I vibrate with on the same, you know, level, or I feel like we have the same vibe and they get the kind of mentality I get. And it's a very small circle, you know. And when those people hear it, they were like, this is it, and I know, you know, I'm doing something right. I don't mind playing into any older generation. Like I said, I already take inspiration from the older generation, you know what I mean? So that already even shapes what I do. But my friend Joey B said something the other time, and I keep saying it. He says, like, for us to even put music out, it can't be bad because we don't know how to do bad stuff. Like, because we take our time with music. Like, we love the music. You know what I mean? So, for me to see him do something with Kill Beats before it comes out, we say, this is it. Trust me. It's it. And it's no brag.
Your annual concert, Promised Land.
Yeah.
What's like the experience with it so far? How has it impacted you?
I love Promised Land. Like, I didn't even think I'd have like a festival this early in my career. You know, at the end of the day, when it started as like a very little thing. It was called King Promise Live, the first one. You know, and it was mad. It was very up close and personal. And the second one we did Promised Land at the park, and then the third one was the big one. You know, a Palm, and it's become a thing. You know, in December you come out there, a bunch of beautiful girls, a bunch of man them, live music, enjoying yourself, and you know, meeting people. And I'm just glad that I get to share my talent with people on that sort of platform when it's where it's mine. I'm bringing them into my world. Do you know what I mean? And we're actually just there to have fun. It's nice. It's a great feeling, and I love it. And just to share the music with the fans, because being on stage is like my happy place. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, man, I enjoy Promised Land a lot, and I can't wait to do the next one, you know, in December.
You have held this very concert down for how many years?
3.
3 years running. Any lessons you have drawn from it?
Yeah, you know, being a better live performer and just organizing these sort of events, because like from where we started from to where we are now, there's been progress. Do you know what I mean? So all of that and just connecting with the people is very important, and these shows always show me that. Do you know what I mean?
What are some of the things you look out for before accepting a collaboration?
The most important thing for me is the music. You know, it has to be good. Like, I have to like it. No disrespect. Like, I just have to like the music. And secondly, it's even better when I actually, you know, I'm a big fan of the artist and we connect on a different level. Or maybe you're even my friend. And I really like that stuff. Like, because to me, my music, I make sure it's very real. You know, I don't just say anything. Like, if I'm talking about money, I'm talking about real money. If I'm talking about girls, I'm talking about, you know, people, real people, if it's not my story. So for me to connect with someone on a song, we have to connect real, like truly connect, else it'll be fake. You know what I mean? So first of all, the music has to be good, because me, I don't even charge for features or anything. Do you know what I mean? So if I like your stuff, we run it, you know. It's really simple, actually. It's just that I don't really do it too much, you know, mostly with my friends, you know, but I just like to focus on my work, and, you know, just like when I used to write for people before, I don't really do it that much anymore. It's the same thing.
Let's take a pause here.
Hi viewers, my name is Ellie630 and I'm doing this one for you. I call this one Accra Day. So let's vibe. Accra Day, your boy for hustle. That be how we dey grind. Accra Day, your boy for hustle. That be how we dey grind. Even if money no day, still vim day. Cause Gary day. Even if money no day, still vim day. Cause watch it day. We wake up with a morning vibe. With or without money, vim day. Get a boy go to roadside. Coco watch it, that be the vibe. Money no day will be balanced die. No.
Hello and welcome to the Discovery segment here on Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Barbara Esinamboni. We speak to talented up-and-coming artists early 6:30.
I was fortunate to grow up in a place where music was an everyday routine for me. My daddy had this spot. Then times we used to call it beer bar.
Okay.
Yeah, so I had actually done anything music before, DJing, from dancing. So every day I could hear music. Bob Marley, I could hear Lucky Dube, I could hear Kwakese, TH for Kwatches, Amachi Dede. So I was lucky to be in a music environment. So that is where I would say the inspiration came from.
Who are your main inspiration? Who are the main artists you look up to?
I look up to Bob Marley.
Okay.
I look up to Samini. I look up to Kwame Eugene because he is more of an inspiration to me because I was lucky to have been in the same senior high school with him. So seeing him up there sort of motivates me and it gives me the vim that, okay, one day I can also be there. Okay, so I'm doing this one for you.
Okay.
So I call this one My Morning Sun.
My Morning Sun. Okay.
I woke up with the morning sun shining on my face. Before I sleep with the night stars, I wanna tell you, you are my day. I wanna be your all.
How else do you connect with your fan base?
Okay, so mostly on social media.
Okay.
And I remember just this 14th February, I held Valentine concerts at Paloma Hotel where I invited some of my friends. And then prior to the corona, I used to perform at Piano Bar every Sunday where I invite some of my fans to come and enjoy what I have. But then most of it is done on social media. I share my stuff with them, my links, my videos, my performances that they are not even aware of. They will be then I'll send it to them. This is why I did somewhere. You have to have a look and then help me share it.
Yeah. So I believe your fan base is growing. It's growing, and even after being on a discovery segment, they are going to double up. So give us a name. Do you have a name for us?
A name for
your fans? You see, we have sanitation and stuff. Give us a name.
Okay, so Aja music.
Hey.
Aja. So if you are part of my fan base, you are the Aja. Aja. AJJAJA. Aja.
Okay.
Aja.
I'm a proud Aja.
Exactly.
Yeah. So which other island? Local.
At the moment, international coffee. Yeah, coffee.
What about him?
I love reggae music.
Oh, okay.
Because I am more of a content person. So, and then looking at how young she is and she's making it so big in the industry, as young as she is winning a Grammy, because Grammy is my target. I mean, I don't know for others, but so if I see young people winning, it motivates me. You understand? Yeah. So this song, I grew up in a village called Esubone.
Okay.
Where seeing diamonds was an everyday routine.
Oh, diamonds.
As a young guy, I used to even play with diamonds, and I didn't even know they were diamonds. I thought they were stones until one day my uncle came and he was like, "Kweku, diamonds now did you gross?" No. So out of this, I composed this song, and I call this one "The Rich Land."
Okay.
I was born on the diamond land, but I never saw diamonds till I was 15 years. I was born on a diamond land, but I never saw diamonds till I was 15 years. I am black, I am black, I am black. My land is rich. I am black, I am black, I am black.
And we are back. If you're just tuned in, you're watching Talk Entertainment on GhanaWeb TV, and Kim Promise is here with us.
Medea.
Kim Promise.
Don't know. 5-star in the building.
Do you agree with the fact that you are the king of hooks in Ghana?
I could work with that. I could take that.
Because a lot of people actually call you that. They say you kill it.
Yeah, thank God, man.
You make it an anthem.
Yeah, man. When I come through to give the best. You know, that's the whole thing. Like, I don't do anything half-hearted. So if I do them to make sure that we kill them. So I'm glad people feel that way. I'm glad people love the music.
That be the same way if you don't want to do them.
Yeah, you know people.
Have you thought of making? I don't know if you have a collaboration with Kiddy and Co.
No, not yet. Not yet. I've been in the studio with Kiddy a couple times though. You know, that's my boy. I worked with him on one of his old songs before, but hopefully I look forward to it actually. I'm a big fan of Kiddy, Kwesi, Kwame, everyone. So definitely, why not?
Okay. With a sort of relationship you have with Wizkid.
Yeah, man.
You
need to shut.
Are you thinking of conquering Nigeria soon?
I'm thinking of conquering the world.
You ask me you conquer.
Yeah.
But we are looking at the Nigerian space. Are you thinking?
I've done a lot of work in Nigeria as well, like promo wise and all of that. Like from 2 years ago. Last year I was the most played non-Nigerian on Nigerian radio. You know what I mean? And I don't even live there. I just go there from time. It means something great is happening. I won the African Artist of the Year at the Headies. Stuff like that. Let you know that we really enter for that side. But there's a lot more work to be done. And the goal is even wider.
I see. But what's your relationship with him?
Wiz's family, that's big bro. You know, someone I look up to. He's done amazingly, exceedingly well for himself, and looking forward to following suit in that, or even taking it further. You know.
Aside from being family friend, do you draw inspiration?
Of course, that's what I'm saying. He's like a motivation, like not even like he is, because he's somebody I really look up to. You know, in this music business, and what he's been able to achieve is phenomenal. You know.
Do you think Nigerians are doing better than us?
In what sense?
Musically.
Nigerians.
Arts and entertainment.
Nigerians have gone further with their craft, and it's quite evident. It's not just to Ghanaians or anything; it's to the whole world. Like a Nigerian, like you asked me if I'm trying to make it big in Nigeria, and Nigeria's not thinking about being bigger in Ghana or Ghana. He's trying to be bigger than maybe Drake or somebody, Chris Brown. Like their mentality is sharp and is wide, and I feel like that's why they win. Do you know what I mean? And they push and they support each other a lot.
What can we learn from them?
That's all of that. Pushing to the top, having a bigger, wider goal, plan, foresight, mentality, everything, and being there for each other. You know, it's not about pulling someone else down. One person doesn't have to be person, whatever. You know, there's enough space for everybody to win, and for them to do all them backbiting and pulling down and all them, it's all right. You know what I mean? In Ghana, it's like if people might not even like you and they don't even know you, and because of that, they don't even push your stuff. Or if you deserve something, they don't even let you have it just because they don't have that personal, and you don't even know. It's mad, but they don't. It's not because you're actually a bad artist or something, or like if your music is good, so so we should just push each other.
But what can they also learn from us? Is there anything at all to learn from us?
Yeah, we have good music. I feel like they draw inspiration from our sound, like from Fela till now. Like, Afrobeat and Fela even coming to Ghana and, ETMS and all of that. Do you know what I mean? So I feel like there's that. Because we actually make very, very good music. You know what I mean? And yeah, that's what it is, honestly.
Your song Slow Down.
Yeah, man.
I noticed that it's on Billboard. It made it to the Billboard charts.
Yeah.
Number 14.
Yeah, it's crazy. Billboard Thriller Chat is mad. Like we on Billboard, bro.
Just
like,
few weeks after.
Yeah, it's the second week. I don't even think it's 2 weeks yet. Yeah, it's mad. It's crazy. It's just amazing that people actually really love the music, and it's doing crazy well on like Triller and all them things. And Triller has a chat on Billboard, and it's a global chat. So for my song to be in there, it's mind blowing. Trust me.
We were waiting for you. I'm
back. I'm back.
So it's like finally you are thirsty, and then you get something to point.
Yeah, no, I'm happy you guys love the music. And I hope you guys are satisfied.
Yes, we are satisfied. We can't wait for the rest.
Oh, there's more coming. Like this upcoming album, I keep saying is the best. It's the best music I ever made. So Slow Down is just a taste. It's little taste.
So now the trend here is that people make music and then they use the likes of TikTok and stuff to create.
I think it's a worldwide trend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you intend?
Yeah, I have it. I literally just got a TikTok now, but I've always had like Triller, because from Sisan is when I had Triller, and I think I was basically like the first artist to even like post like Triller out here and like on the platform. So I've had a relationship with them for a long time. Do you know what I mean? That's why. Like when I put stuff on there, it goes as fast as it does, even on, all the way to the Billboard. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, man, I like it. I think it's fun. I'm not really heavy on it, but once in a while, I do it, So I feel like it's fun, and
So you'll be starting the dance challenge on next week?
I'm not too good with that one. That's no problem. Yeah, I did a new was it TikTok or Triller, one of them, and I said. It's the challenge, the Slow Down challenge, and the winners. I'm gonna pick the best 5 and take them on a date. Take them to dinner or something.
That's nice.
Yeah, I'll connect with the fans.
I recently saw your mom jamming to your song.
Yo, my mom, she's lit. My mom, she's a thrillist.
Young and very pretty.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, she's so beautiful, and she has the biggest heart. And when I drop music and she's in love with it like that, that this is doing something, So, yeah, shout out to my mom, man.
So, does she still see you as his son?
Of course, I'll always
and
be.
not as Kim promised as everybody.
I'll always be her son, you know. We're African, you know, and I'm very like moralistic as well, you know. Nothing's changed between my family and I. Like, I mean, nothing. I'm their little boy, you know. My dad says shut up, I shut up. You know what I mean? So it's just that it's love, you know. Yeah, man.
Let me still go to the slow down because
Yeah.
Why did you select it as your first song to
Single.
put out there?
Nothing, just felt right. Out of I put a few songs. We had a few songs to select from. We just thought Slow Down was right. It's different. It's fresh. The sound is fresh. It doesn't sound like anything that's out there. The melodies and it's just the vibe. It has a very African, Ghanaian, global vibe to it. Like it's good for here and it's good for Abuchi as well. So it's like it has the balance. Do you know what I mean? And we felt like with where this album or where the direction is going, it's just a perfect song to start off everything. You know. Yeah.
So your upcoming album.
Yeah, man.
What's different about it?
You just hear progress in the music. You hear me doing things I've never done, you know. And on my last album, you know, I didn't even think I'd attain that kind of feat that I attained, you know, being the most streamed Ghanaian album of all time, you know, all time. And it's just a little over a year old. It was never the plan. So for this one, I know I stressed myself to make the music. I didn't have fun with it, and it's the same thing I did. But I just realized this time there's a lot of growth, and with the other one there's a lot of like love in there. But with this album, there's love, obviously. There's money, there's growth, there's family, and it's just everything. I'm basically just spitting out real facts, and you know how I write. I try to make sure that people can connect to it. So I feel like I'm making the best music I ever made yet on this album, and I really cannot wait to share it with the world.
You make a lot of love music, and there's this notion that musicians that really, really do love music are not like that in real life.
If I ask my girl, if I ask one or two people in my life, yeah.
So you don't.
I'm a nice guy though. I'm a sweet boy.
Romantic guy, as you portray in your songs.
I'm a sweet guy. I'm very sweet, you know. Yeah, when I like you, I feel like the hardest guys are the sweetest guys. Like you don't, if you know me in real life, I'm not so sweet, romantic, but that's the part of me that when I'm in love with somebody or I like somebody, I'll be a baby. Yeah, so I feel like that's what it is. So my songs and my personality be different. I'm actually like, you know,
you're a gangster.
I'm pretty raw. I don't say gangster. I'm just a bad boy, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, when I love somebody, I'm a baby. You know what I mean? Yeah, so I'm sweet like that. I'm actually sweet
But
like
have you ever done any song based on your life experience?
Yeah, you hear on this album. Yeah, definitely on this album. On this album is just real stuff. Yeah, it's just real stuff. Almost everything, you know. From being a sweet guy to being a bad boy to making money to being, you know, friends, not being a friend anymore. Like it's just everything, you know. I just put because during COVID I had the time to just be home and work, and I had the time to like think about stuff and, you know, from a perspective where I'll never do it on a regular day because maybe I'll be too busy to even sit down and be thinking that one. Or I had no time to do a lot of stuff. But with COVID and just staying home, you know, I got closer to family. You know, I started thinking about things differently. I started handling like things I wouldn't realize. I had so much time to realize them. I had like an epiphany. Do you know what I mean? You know, I loved more. I worked more. I did everything more. So all of that is in the music. Yeah. So I did this whole album from a whole different perspective than I was in before, you know, COVID, and it's gonna be special. I'm glad. I'm actually glad, you know, it's ready and in due time it shall be out.
People have come out to state their kind of woman. Recently, D Black was on Graphic Showbiz, and then he made mention of the fact that he doesn't fancy women with long nails, colored hair. And then women, he said he finds women with colored hair not serious. they come off as not serious.
Yeah.
And he mostly likes the homely kind
Type.
of woman. And
I think I do as well, you know. I like calm women. I don't like giddy. But also, it's not like I have a type. Like, you don't have to have a fat ass or like small boobs or big boobs, or you have to be tall or short. I don't think, like, if I like you, innit? Like, I feel like it's more of a connection for me, you know, if we actually vibes, because it no be beauty, it no be anything. Like, someone could be the most beautiful person outside and inside, you know, just whatever, you know. Or I don't want someone I can't even have a conversation with, like my friend. Like, you know, we have to have a vibe where it's not all love, you know. You're my G, you're my homie, you know.
And the lady should be Are you sapisexual?
I don't even know. I don't know all these terms. I don't get some. I'm just me.
Are you attracted to intelligent ladies?
Of course. Who isn't though? Of course. I like a woman who can hold her own, who respects herself, who's intelligent, God-fearing, hardworking, and you know, has morals as well. You know. Yeah. So.
What's the reason behind your tattoo?
What you said?
It was just all in my face. So I've got I can see a lion.
Yeah, so this is the lion. This is the second one I got. The first one I got was a 5-star. You know, like they call me 5-star as well. So the 5-star is more of like a lifestyle. You know, like the music is 5-star. My band them 5-star team. You know, the girls like. People girl a 5-star girl, as I said. My girl is 5-star, you know. Yeah, it's just like the highest standard you get, like the good standard, you know. And the lion, I'm a Leo. I'm not really crazy on horoscopes or anything, but I just feel like, you know, I'm actually, I find myself aligning with this because I'm a lion. Like, I go for what I want and I chase after it. And I'm a go-getter, do you know what I mean? And believe is just a mantra, you know, it's the motto, like for all of us, you know, our legacy life, like it's because we believe, that's why we're here, do you know what I mean? Like from where I come from, for not even there, for not even do the kinds of things we do, you know what I mean? So yeah, man, this is just to show man that, you know, for believe, because if I could do it, you could do it, do you know what I mean? And I'm only getting started, you know.
Tell us something we don't know.
I don't like sushi.
A lot of people don't like sushi.
I don't like sushi. I don't.
Why?
Nothing. I get it. It's not my kind of thing. I'll chop my banku.
You need to be addicted to it before you can like.
It's not even addiction. It really move me. Like I've tried it. I tried it in Ghana. I've tried it abroad. I've tried it once, but I don't do it again. Yeah, this is not my.
You mentioned banku, by the way. Is that your
Yeah,
favorite?
of course. I love banku. I'm a gaman. You know. I love my banku and okro.
Is that your favorite?
I have 3 favorites.
Okay.
I have banku and okro. I have jollof, and I have wachi. So top 3. Yeah, man.
The wachi is on Saturdays.
Anytime, yeah, if you try wachi breakfast any day in the week. Yeah, normal. Becker cried if you chop up sometimes. How I feel, but you know, jollof and wachi is my thing. I can eat that one every day.
Fix your country or fix yourself.
I've seen the trend, the hashtag on the internet, and like I always say this, I need to have like enough insights on whatever they stand for, because my voice is very vital. Like I'm a public figure. I can't just jump on any trend whatsoever. Like I have to know who's behind it, what's the whole intention behind it, and what it stands for really. Because who doesn't want a better country or a better self? At the end of the day, do you know what I mean? So I'd rather not speak on things I'm not fully informed
It's
on.
becoming more political.
Honestly, I don't even know about that. Like, you know, I was off the internet for a long time, so I literally only came back because of slowdown. And you know, now I'm just pushing my music and just do my thing.
If King Promise is not making music, if he's not sleeping, what is he doing?
Playing FIFA, watching football, or playing football. It's all just soccer for me. Yeah, I don't really do much. When we do inside too, once in a while, just go down, just go bowling, go small, you know. Curtis Day House, you know, you like town pass, so you know the timeline, what's in there happen. Maybe Friday nights for pass twist or pass on some side, you know. Saturday, something small. Just chill with the squad, you know, nothing crazy.
So, a word for up and coming artists?
Sincerely, believe in yourself, man. Like at the end of the day, if you have the source, you have the source. Like nothing can take it away from you. Always surround yourself with the best people who have your interests at heart, because that will go a long way in pushing you even when things aren't going how they're supposed to go. Because really, if it's meant to happen and you have the talent and you believe and you persevere and work hard, it will definitely happen. Do you know what I mean? So, and the third thing is not to leave God behind. It's very important because there's a bunch of people. Why should people choose you? You know, it's grace, you know, and favor. That's why we're here. Do you know what I mean? So, a lot of hard work, you know, a lot of dedication and hard work. If your heart's there inside, give it your all, you know. If not, don't even do it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for giving us the space, opening your home to us.
Yeah, man. You're always welcome, you know. Thanks for coming. I enjoyed it. It was nice sitting with you, and shouts to your whole team, man.
Thank you too. I took two things from what he said: believe in yourself and lots of hard work. Of course, it pays. So we come your way next time with more interesting editions of Talkatainment. Can promise our guest has been phenomenal. See you same time. Till then, stay safe.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. Today you are denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Welcome to the Lowdown. This is GhanaWeb's new talk show focusing on important current affairs, social and political issues. My name is Ismail Akwe, and today we are discussing the state of leadership in Ghana, the government's accountability, and the activism status of the country. Our guest is a man of words and action. He has been in and out of government as a deputy minister for 7 years, and he is currently an opposition member of parliament for North Tong. Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa will give us the lowdown after this break. It is a special treat for you to spend an hour with Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa. Welcome, Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much for coming. So the last time we met, I remember it was at the Day of Shame, which is on 24th February, when Kwame Nkrumah was ousted. So GIJ organized an event to mark that day. And you said one thing which was quite interesting. You said GhanaWeb always uses an ugly picture of yours when your issue comes up in the news. So how is it now? Because I'm sure you've been seeing so many nice pictures of yours. You're looking so good, and I guess Parliament is treating you well.
You do remember very well.
Yeah.
But let me commend you and the team at GhanaWeb for the tremendous job you're doing. I think that as a foremost news portal, you have distinguished yourself, and I like the innovations that you have introduced, especially promoting tourism, arts and culture, and the recalls that you carry out, reminding us of our history, our heritage. It's really commendable, and I can only wish you well and urge you on to keep at it. We all come to you for authentic news, and I like the wide array and how you also project other, if you like, lesser known media outlets. Once they've done a good job, they put out a story which is worth following on a bigger platform like yours. You are able to give them the needed recognition, and we all are able to, at a click of the button, follow a wide spectrum of news from across the country, including our thinking in the diaspora. So you're doing a great job, and you deserve high praise for what
Thank you very much. We're very happy about that. And you are also doing a good job. We've been very busy and with accountability and the rest. So how is Parliament treating you? Because there are so many things that are coming up, and most of them are coming from your quarters because you write a lot and you always probe things.
Yeah. I mean, I think that if you want to be an effective member of Parliament, you have to be versatile, particularly for a developing country like ours. You cannot say that you will be a member of Parliament who focuses only on lawmaking. So you must have a part of you that develops the ability to be an agent for development, how to lobby for projects, how to pursue initiatives which will ease the burden that your constituents have. And so I make sure that I roll out quite a good number of initiatives and interventions that will satisfy that yearning demand. So that's one aspect of your work. Then there is the lawmaking aspect, and you have to show diligence. You have to make sure you take interest in the various stages that a bill goes through to become law. And so that's your primary role as a member of Parliament, as we all know constitutionally. Then you also have to remember that there is a third aspect of your work, which is to offer a countervailing force. And these are theories that the likes of Thomas Hobbes, the likes of Montesquieu have propounded, where the three arms of government exist to checkmate each other. So you always must be conscious that as a member of parliament, you must carry out that oversight responsibility to ensure that particularly the executive is not going out of line, is not being excessive with the use of its power. And I think that if you look at our current constitutional arrangement, the executive is too powerful. We have given so much power to the president and to the executive arm, and so you realize that the two other arms are wobbly, and particularly with the legislative arm, which so much is expected. You notice that because of our hybrid system, where the Constitution requires the president to appoint majority of his ministers from parliament, that provision has created a situation where many people go to parliament, particularly when their party is in power, to catch the eye of the president to be appointed ministers. As soon as the ministerial list is concluded and they don't make it to the list, you see a lot of despondency. You see a sense that people are not really upbeat about the work of a member of parliament. Whereas elsewhere, you have career legislators, 30 years, 40 years. I mean, they are just committed to their legislative duty, and they intend to just focus on that and make sure they make a mark and leave a legacy. And they do not hesitate at all to keep the executive in check. So in this country, you have an overbearing, a marauding executive who has been given so much power by the Constitution. So if you are a member of parliament and you want to work in the national interest, you want to ensure that in this country we are able to build for ourselves a democracy that works for the people, a functioning democracy, a democracy that does not just exist on paper, a democracy where we can say that the principles of checks and balances, the doctrine of countervailing forces is really at play and it's performing well, then you must ensure that as a member of parliament, you are fearless, you are forthright, you have integrity, you are not compromised, and you pursue what you must pursue so that the executive knows that if we overstep our boundaries, particularly in the fight against corruption, if we carry out, if you like, contracting or procurement in ways that are opaque, that do not meet the, if you like, remits of the law and the standards so far as transparency and accountability are concerned, there are some people who with their vigilant eyes will fish you out and you will be held accountable. You will be embarrassed in the process and you will be sanctioned. You will pay the price, I mean, if you like. So I think that is the aspect of a member of parliament's work that we need to really promote. And we need to build the parliamentary institution so strongly, build a capacity elsewhere. Members of parliament, if you go to Kenya, you go to South Africa, you go to the West, you know that already. Yeah. I mean, it's a whole office, and you have scholars. You know, there's a budget. You have people who have needed expertise. They even have resources to be able to employ, recruit people with particular expertise to pursue certain matters. Here, for a long time, it was just a one-man office. Under Professor Michael Quay, we made progress by getting one research assistant, which Speaker Bagbin has continued. But that is woefully inadequate. But you must, again, be conscious of that and not say that because of that limitation, you will also limit your impact. So what some of us have done is that we still reach out. We have still on our own accord recruited more people within our staffing arrangements. Because there's no law that bars us from doing that. But back to the...
We'll soon come to your role in terms of accountability after this break. And then we'll also talk about other things, including your mood in Parliament right now. Okay, so we'll be back after this break. This is the lowdown.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
thank you, and your favorite mobile money, tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back to the lowdown. My name is Ismail Akwe, and we have here Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa. He is the MP for North Tong, and we're just talking about your role as an accountability checker, if I can say that, in Parliament. And you've been very, very busy in doing that. You've already given us a history of the work of a parliamentarian and also what you do in your constituency, being accountable or checking the accountability of the executive and the other arms of government. So you were telling us about the accountability role, and currently you unearthed one, and it was all over. It's all over, and you're still asking questions and answers as well. So yes, how is it going?
Yes, so as I pointed out earlier, you need to recognize that Parliament exists to carry out oversight, to be a check on the executive. So people must understand, when we are carrying out our duties, often you hear some commentary and people speak as though, oh, he hates the president or he hates the MPP. I mean, it's nothing personal. It's not about hatred. It's not about emotions. That's my constitutional mandate.
Do those commentaries get to you?
I think I've developed a tough skin over the years. I've done, about 12, 13 years in national politics. So I'm no longer a toddler in national politics. So I think I've developed a tough skin. Though there are times that, as a human being, there are times that you pause and ask yourself, are you doing something wrong? But, I mean, the job has to be done. And we must encourage people who are bold, who are fearless, who understand their mandate, who want to hold the executive accountable. Because in the final analysis, it helps all of us. Take the current crusade that I'm on. I got a hint that when the president was invited for the Paris Africa Summit, he decided not to travel with the presidential jet, which I know is in mint condition, quite pristine condition, very good shape. He decided to travel with a jet, which is chartered. I then decided to dig up on exactly what was going on, because I knew that the president had decided to travel to other destinations. So he would go to Brussels and then go to Johannesburg in South Africa before returning to Ghana. So I knew that that would be quite a long tour, I think lasting him about 10 days. This is a long visit, and you have the opportunity of using the presidential jet, which is not only secure, because you use your own pilot from the Ghana Air Force, the Communication Squadron, which is one of the finest, very well regarded in the world. You have your benefit of your own crew. And most importantly, you save money. Then you have a president who decides that he would not use a presidential jet, which has been bought, is being maintained at taxpayers' money, and you make a lot of savings if you use that jet. Now, I know that the presidential jet, which is the Dassault Falcon 9G EXE, travels non-stop for 8 hours. Accra to Paris is 6.5 hours. So I know the president could have used this jet. So I was really surprised. So I decided to do some further digging. So I tracked the president's journey. And remember that I'm ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. If I don't do it, who will do it? Yeah. It's my job. I have to do it. If I don't do it, I'm letting the country down. I don't deserve the taxpayers' money being paid to me as salaries. That's why I've been sent to Parliament. That's why I've been elected. To make sure that I carry out my oversight duties. So I decided to track. In tracking, in digging, in monitoring, I realized that the president opted for the most expensive corporate jet anywhere in the world. Top of the range, Airbus ACJ 320 Neo. And this particular ACJ 320 Neo had just returned from Switzerland, where it had received the highest sprucing up, reconfiguration in the most fantastic and flamboyant style.
So you got all this on the internet?
Yes, and talking to sources in the aviation sector, some of these companies. Remember that the president hired a jet from a company called Acropolis Aviation. Acropolis Aviation is based in Farnborough in the UK. And I had to do some engagements.
So you confirmed from them that indeed the president
chartered? Yes, I confirmed. And I got the specific registration number of that jet. And once you get that number, the registration number, which I obtained from the company, because in the spirit of transparency, you cannot deny a member of parliament who is seeking information to carry out his mandate. So I was able to know the particular aircraft. And once you know that, these days, if you have a particular app, you can even then track and follow all the miles, the route that the aircraft is doing. Now, having obtained that, I was able to also get a quote on how much it cost us. And I was told that minimum what they don't go below is £15,000 an hour because of that level of luxury. You are a president of a very, very, very challenging country in terms of economic development. I believe that God made us rich, but because of poor leadership, limited vision, we remain poor. Not because we don't have natural resources, we don't have the human capacity, but it's just because of leadership. Yeah. So if you are faced in this situation where at the time that you are embarking on this trip, we have crisis with energy, we have crisis with the water sector. Now, I maintain that the president broke his own pledge to us to protect the public purse. He betrayed the trust and confidence we had reposed in him when he did what he did. Because, first of all, the presidential jet is available for you to use.
You're very sure about that?
Yes, because I know that on the 11th of May, the president used the presidential jet to Uganda to attend the swearing-in of President Yoweri Museveni, and he returned on the 12th. He departed to Paris on the 16th. So within that period, I know that the aircraft has been in good condition. I've heard some government commentators also say that, oh, the president was advised not to use the presidential jet for long travel. And some say he shouldn't travel. I read something on your portal that Nana Akomia was saying that he was advised not to use it beyond 5 hours. But I have checked the radar. From Accra to Entebbe Airport in Uganda, it took the president 5 hours and 4 minutes. So it was more than 5 hours.
So if you don't receive any reaction, what do you do next?
So all these excuses don't wash.
Yeah.
And I maintain that the president had other options. If you don't want to use a presidential jet, he could have flown commercial. Thus, you travel first class. There are direct flights to France, Air France. There are direct flights to South Africa. I have been part of presidential delegations, President Mills, President Mahama, where they've flown commercial. That option is available, which will have been far cheaper to the taxpayer. Number two, if you insist on a charter, there are other aircrafts in the fleet. The same company, Acropolis Aviation, has other aircrafts, quite comfortable, quite luxurious, but you wouldn't be paying £15,000. It's not top of the range. So the president really had a choice to show that he was really being sincere with us when he said that, look, times are hard, let's all learn to live with the means. And you see, the irony is that the president made this trip to go to this summit, to go beg for debt forgiveness. We all heard him. He was the chief proponent of debt cancellation, debt forgiveness. Is that how you go and beg for debt forgiveness?
So in line of accountability, when you're not getting the responses that you're looking for, what next do you do? Are you going to take any other actions, or you're going to keep it as that?
So it is clear. It is clear that government has been exposed. They don't have any response. They cannot deny the information have put out, because we all know this government. We all know their effective communication strategy. If I had missed a number, if I had overstated the charge, or if I got the aircraft wrong, you know how they will have descended on me. It's clear that they are shocked at the level of detail and the level of information that we secured, which we have put out. And so government communication clearly is in 6s and 7s. They are dazed. They don't know how to respond. And some of the responses, I think, are tantamount to even insulting the Ghanaian people. I saw Hobson Adoye say that, do I want the president to use Aboboya, and all kinds of, ridiculous taunts at me.
We have to wait to see what's going to happen in the ensuing days.
But what is clear is that the only salvation we have is in the urgent question I have filed in Parliament. So I have filed 2 questions in Parliament on this matter. One for the minister responsible for defense, and the other for the minister responsible for finance. So the former is a question seeking to know the status of the presidential jet. We have the right to know. It was purchased with taxpayers' money. It's being maintained with taxpayers' money. So the first question relates to the state of the presidential jet. And then the second question to the minister responsible for finance is demanding full disclosure on the finances, how much it costs the taxpayer. Because I have only put out the cost of rental, which is so £15,000 an hour. You multiply that by the 23 hours they were in the air. That gives you £345,000. At today's exchange rate, we are talking about 2.82 million Ghana cedis. That has not factored in many other incidentals, like landing rights, for example, the crew. I know they stayed over in South Africa, hotel bills and all of that. So there's so many other incidentals that the figure I've put out is just the barest minimum. So we need to have full disclosure, and the minister responsible for finance has to present that.
Okay, so we need to have full disclosure, but we have to go on a break.
Okay.
We'll come back and we'll talk about North Tongue and also fix the country. And then we would also expect full disclosure, as we're saying. So this is a lowdown. My name is Ismail Akwe. We'll be back after this break.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back to the lowdown. My name is Ismail Akwe, and I'm speaking with Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa. He's the MP for North Tongue, and already we're talking about the £15,000 an hour aircraft that was rented, and you made it clear it's disclosure from the Ministry of Defense and Finance. But I have another question for you, and it's related to your constituency. Don't you think you did them a disservice when you resigned from the Appointments Committee of Parliament in March?
I do not think so. On the contrary, my chiefs and people are proud of the decision I took. Once I stated in my resignation letter to the Speaker that I did that on strong personal conviction and on principle. I mean, that's how they brought us up, to be principled citizens of North Tongue and of Ghana, where we feel strongly about a matter that we cannot be part of it moving forward. We need to make that clear and give way so that you are not consumed.
What was your reason, the real reason why you decided to resign?
So I gave an assurance to the Right Honourable Speaker and to my party leadership that I will not delve into the details at this point. And so I want to respect that gentleman agreement. I believe that at the right time, sometime later when I write my memoirs, I believe that I will shed light on that period. But I can tell you that my resignation was long in coming. There was a first attempt, even before the first round of votes, where we had Howard Kumsin and others sent to the floor. But I was prevailed upon at the time by elders of the party to stay in there and soldier on. But it got to a point that I just couldn't take it anymore. So I believe that at the right time, I will divulge the details, exactly why I had to take that difficult decision. It was certainly a difficult decision because I enjoy work on the appointments committee, and every assignment I'm given since I entered, national service, serving the people at the national level. I have given it my all, given it my best shot. And I can only wish my replacement well and wish the committee well in the interest of our democracy.
So the activism side of you is public knowledge. Everybody knows this. And we know you've been the NUGS president, 2005, 2006, and you've been with different pressure groups, and you've been very deep in all of these. And Fix the Country happened recently. And I'm sure everybody was looking at all the people in authority, in leadership, to see what they will say about this. And indeed, we saw some kind of basically approval from the minority in parliament. And I don't know, what is there to fix in North Tongue that has not been fixed?
Yes, so first of all, let me commend the youth of our country for starting this very impactful. It's been really impactful, and it took cyberspace by storm, and they have made tremendous impact in terms of the buy-in and the followership that they have been able to garner, and see how they've been trending, and they continue to be in the trends for weeks upon weeks. I don't recall the last time in living memory that you had a movement dominate cyberspace, social media, and engage the attention of the nation like this group have done. And it was quite spontaneous, and so that's not something that you should ignore. I have said that this offers either an opportunity or it could be a threat. It could be an opportunity if leadership listens. And when I say leadership, all of us, members of parliament, ministers of state, the president, he must even listen more, because he is at the fountain. The buck stops with him, and he is in control of our national resources. So the onus more is on the president. But all of us in leadership positions also must take responsibility. But in recent years, it will appear that the youth have become very docile. And I recall that even as NUGS president in 2005, I authored a book called The State of Coma, where I argued that if you look at our glorious past, the youth of our generation have become too aloof. We appear not bothered. We have been distracted by all this entertainment and, things that don't really bother about national reconstruction, the development of our country. So I am pleasantly impressed with the consciousness and the reawakening that has suddenly come upon us. So that's why I say it's an opportunity. How can we, all of us, redirect all this energy, the changes that they are asking for? We must give them those changes, and it must be rapid. Now the threat, which is the other side of the sword, is that if we do not provide the right response in a timely manner, this can lead to an explosion, which we don't want. But it's not about just not wanting it. If you don't do right and act fast, it can lead to an explosion, because there's a lot of anger out there. The youth believe that there are just too many few opportunities, and even those few opportunities have been hijacked by the political elite. Cronyism and nepotism. So it's whom you know. It's all about those who are connected. We don't have a fair, egalitarian society where you don't need to know anybody to get a good job. You don't need to know anybody to be recruited into the armed services. So we must be guided by our history. We have seen what has happened elsewhere. The Arab Spring, it started in Tunisia when the youth anger could not be managed. We've seen recently in Sudan when the youth anger was not managed properly, how it led to a whole government. The strongman al-Bashir was toppled. And SARS, you saw what happened in Nigeria. So when the youth are agitated, are angry, your approach should not be to tell them to fix themselves. That is why I wrote an op-ed. I don't know if you read it, where I said that must not be the response. The youth must be listened to. And I drew lessons from history and said that we should be guided by our own history and the history of the world. There are factors that boil up and finally reaches such a crescendo. When that happens, what you need to do is first to calm tempers and to quickly offer a new paradigm in terms of your policy interventions. So I am expecting a certain recognition that, look, even if we are saying that, look, a lot must be fixed, attitudes are a problem and all of that, that cannot be compared to the onerous responsibility of leadership. I belong to the school of thought that says that leadership is cause, everything else is effect. The fish rots from the head. Look, we complain about the attitudes of the Ghanaian, that they will not be punctual and they would steal at work and they are always complaining and they are lazy and all the things we are saying about the Ghanaian. Take this same Ghanaian to the United Kingdom or the United States of America or France or Holland. We visit them. This same Ghanaian, don't we hear other presidents, other ambassadors, other nationals talk about Ghanaians? So look, other Africans, when they even want opportunities, when they want to be employed, that's why our passports, as ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I can tell you our passports are the most sought after, the most compromised. Other nationals want to have our passports because it opens doors for you. Because Ghanaians have such a great reputation that they are punctual, they are kind, they are trustworthy, they are hardworking. All these positives. The same Ghanaian. So it should tell you that The problem really is with the kind of leadership and the environment that has emerged around that leadership. Look, who are the people we reward? It's all about cutting corners. So when people want to do the right thing, have the right attitude, do we reward that? We don't. That is why I will say that it will come back to leadership. Leadership must do introspection and must begin to do things right. I don't know why, for example, to get admission to secondary school, when we were the Ministry of Education, we said no protocol, and we enforced it. No protocol. Recruitment into the security agency. Why should there be protocol? Look, and the last time we had to take, and it's one of the motions we have filed in Parliament, and one of the matters that we are pursuing, and my name is there. We are demanding a probe into how recruitments were done since 2017. They stopped advertising. It was being done secretly. These are the things that leads to the agitations that we are seeing, where people see that, look, there are no opportunities, the system is so squeezed and skewed in favor of just a few.
So right now the tensions have been doused. So unlike in Nigeria, in Tunisia, in Egypt, in Sudan, Ghanaians have, the tension has reduced right now, and we can see that leadership has taken the fight to Galamsey. And we're also seeing other speeches coming around to just keep the calm. We've seen some meetings with leaders of the Fix the Country group or the movement and all of this. Do you think leadership is doing the right thing right now?
I would say that leadership is beginning to wake up to its duties. The initial pushback was not good. This counter hashtags of fix yourself and all of that. And we are fixing it was not helpful. But I think that the calmer heads within the government seem to have taken over now, and they are offering some hope, and that's the trajectory to go. So I would say that the current approach is the way to go. However, it should not just be about talk. It should not just be about, look, there are many quick fixes. Many quick fixes. If, for example, the leadership of our country instructs that when it comes to even size of government, I have been complaining consistently about the number of presidential staffers. The Office of Government Machinery, it keeps bloating and bloating. Imagine how impressed the youth will be if there's a drastic reduction in the number of all these political appointees and all these political, hangers on. The youth will be impressed about that. Recruitments into the security agencies, let it be just transparent. No protocol, announce no protocol. And let it be transparent, and let everybody see. Everybody should follow the process that is transparent. National service placements, no protocol, is transparent. Where you apply is where you go. And these days software, you build your algorithm in a way that you just key in, and it is a fair and just software that you have created, and it selects the people. So there are low-hanging fruits. There are things that we can do now. I mean, if you import your vehicle, you are struggling to pay the duties. This business, I have never supported this business of confiscating cars of Ghanaians who are struggling and what they go through to be able to afford the cost of these vehicles. And anybody who is struggling to pay the duties, you should know that it's tough. And then instead of giving them some space, some time to pay, it's quickly confiscated and sold even far cheaper than the cost of the vehicle and how much the person will have paid. Can't we abolish all these things? I have said, let's abolish all this and let's have a fair system. If you even will auction it so that publicly the youth, everybody who wants to have a stake can take part, bid fairly. So there are low-hanging fruits. There are quick fixes. There are things that we can do. if we get our priorities right, the president reduced the number of ministers. I believe he could have gone further, and those savings can be used on ensuring that our education sector, for example, our water sector, this no-bed syndrome, you have ambulances that will not move if they don't get a green light. I've told my ambulance department in North Town that policy will not work here.
I was really coming to that.
Just be on the move.
We have a few minutes to go, and I just wanted to pick your thoughts on the healthcare system, also education, because we've seen all these issues coming up about rights in the educational sector, even the Deputy Minister of Education, and thankfully we got a court ruling which went in favor of the Rastafarian students, and it means Ghanaians are awake and they are taking the laws seriously by going to court. But the issue of protocol, you had an assembly member calling you to get an ambulance to get his son who was sick to the hospital, and you had to call some George and all of this. Isn't this the same protocol we're talking about? How and why is the system not working? And you are in a position of leadership. You could make a change, at least by your voice, your action, or anything like this. So what is happening, and what is there for you to do?
Yeah, so you've boxed a lot of very important issues together. Let me begin with education on the matter to do with the 2 Rastafarian students. I made my voice heard. I delivered a statement in Parliament, and I thought that Achimota School was wrong. I have a lot of respect for that school. I think it's an iconic school. It's produced lots of our presidents, President Nkrumah, President Rawlings, President Mahama, who was in Achimota Primary, and a lot of other greats. However, on this matter, they got it totally wrong. I do not see how dreadlocks affects discipline in any school environment. I do not see how, especially when Caucasians, white students, are allowed to keep their long hair. And I heard the Nagra president says, as for the whites, when they cut their hair, they look ugly. I mean, what kind of discrimination is that? It's just a backward mentality. So this business of going for an appeal and all of that, I'm totally disappointed. Is that the best use of the resources and the time that the heads and the board at Achimota School can do? So it is important to emphasize that these are public schools run with our taxes, and they must be accountable to the people. In my statement in Parliament, I called for new broad-based policies across the spectrum that should guide school rules. There should be a minimum threshold, because you saw also what happened at Wesley Girls with the female student who wanted to fast, and parents had to withdraw the student. It tells you that we are not protecting minority rights very well, and it tells you that fundamentally we need to have a common agreement about what should inform school rules across the board. And I'm glad that I've heard the Minister responsible for education say they are doing some work in that regard. They have to expedite action so that we'll have that. But I'm also worried about the state of free SHS, the level of congestion, the level of total confusion, the erratic nature of the timetable. It's clear that there's a need for a review of this policy. The framers of our Constitution have been vindicated when they talk about progressively free education, where you target the needy, do a needs test. And those who cannot afford, support them. I do not understand for the life of me. How come somebody was in GIS, was at Association International, Morning Star, for junior high school, suddenly the person is ready for senior high school and they say he or she cannot afford. And so government must do everything. When clearly government cannot find the resources.
But the people love it.
To end double track, to provide. I mean, who wouldn't like free things when you can save up, some money to do other things. So, yes, the people love free, but the people don't just want free. They would like to love free with quality. Free that will not come with congestion, that will not come with all of these, health hazards, that has been associated with free SHS so far. So there's a need for a review, and there's a need for certain honesty too from government, because it's clear to me that government is struggling. A lot of the schools now are having to get PTAs to contribute, and you're seeing that for how many years now, even textbooks cannot be provided. Basic lab, reagents. You go to the computer labs, you go to the dormitories. It's just a mess, and so we cannot continue on this trajectory. But what is clear to me is that we need to carry out a comprehensive review, which is what President Mahama proposed during the 2020 campaign, and surprisingly, review was then portrayed as cancel. You heard President Akufo-Addo then say, "Oh, they are going to cancel it," but it's clear that he's struggling, and now you are hearing the unions, you are hearing the missions, the heads, CHAS. They are all saying that, look, that review that President Mahama called for, it's time to carry it out, and I think that it should be done. Now on the matter with healthcare, look, let's face it, this no-bed syndrome is real. But it's not only about lack of beds and lack of facilities. It's also about a certain system, a certain management, which has not helped. Why do I say that? What will it take to have a dashboard, for example, where all the hospital administrators, medical practitioners can see at every point in time where there is vacancy at the hospital, where there's availability of beds? What does it take? A simple app?
So you are looking at having an integration of technology with the healthcare system.
Exactly. And policies that work. Why do you tell ambulance operators that they cannot move? Because my understanding of an emergency, if you take the case of the 12-year-old, it's an emergency. The hospital had earlier called 37 in the afternoon. They are ready. They've prepared the 12-year-old boy for the referral to be made. It's less than a 2-hour journey to Accra. Can't you just take the boy? This is an emergency. A second, a minute is crucial. Get the boy into the ambulance and move. When I engage with the ambulance operators, they say that the rule is that you must call and get a green light. So they were calling, waiting for their command center to give them green light. I mean, what kind of system is that? Policy? It's a killer policy. That must not be allowed to stay. It's a killer policy. As soon as the referral is made, the local hospital has called the local ambulance. Start the journey. After all, we all know the tertiary facilities are in Accra. Start the journey to Accra. And why should any hospital return a patient or ask an ambulance that, hey, you've come to the wrong hospital, no bed, go away? Haven't we learned lessons from this COVID era, where we have seen people being treated in vehicles, in stadia, they've converted? I mean, human life is valuable. Once lost, there's nothing you can do to bring it back.
Are you going to pursue this policy-wise?
Yes, there's a statement that we will be making in Parliament, the Honourable Sam George and I. We've tendered it in. We're waiting for the Speaker to give us a date.
Okay.
I mean, there are a number of these policies in the health sector that don't work. I'm also worried about how there seems to be a lack of an inventory of critical equipment needed at every point in time. Since I've been in Parliament, I have never seen any list coming from the Ghana Health Service or the Ministry of Health about critical equipment that we need. I became MP in North Tongue before my attention was drawn that the Bator Catholic Hospital, they've never had an incubator. So they use the kangaroo system when premature babies are born, using some cloth and just warm. I mean, it's a very, very archaic system which doesn't save lives. And a lot of preterm babies were dying. So I had to purchase 2 incubators for the Bator Catholic Hospital, the Children's Hospital. Then there was an issue at the Akuse Hospital. A constituent of mine who delivered the Siamese twins at Akuse Hospital. So I took interest in the matter. When I went there, I realized that they didn't have an incubator. And Akuse Hospital is probably more than 90 years old. No incubator. So how come we are missing out on all these critical? And I had to, by benevolence, buy a hospital, an incubator for the Akuse Government Hospital. It tells you that there is something wrong. There's something wrong. Yeah. So we need to have an inventory of certain critical equipment that we know that, look, within the next 2 years, the next 4 years, the next 5 years, we are going to provide them. Even before we start talking about Agenda 88, Agenda 111, and others that remain slogans. La Hospital, which we don't know when it will start now, after they brought down the old hospital. So I come back to leadership. Yeah. I come back to, simple policy interventions that we can make. Look, there's even an HR crisis now. The strike, which was upon us by this, the lab scientists. Yeah. These are all matters that with dynamic, forceful leadership, we can resolve in no time.
So basically the problem is leadership, the systems, policies, and those are the words of Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa. Time is not an ally, so we have to...
You didn't let me talk about my constituency.
Oh, your constituency. Okay, let me just give you a minute so that you talk about your constituency. Yes.
Yeah, so I've been rolling out a number of interventions in my constituency. We're currently working on the cement discount intervention, which is very popular for vulnerable groups, single mothers and the youth under 40. So they buy it for 35 cedis and I top up. And it's going very well. You know about the free cervical cancer screening that we have carried out with Dr. Efai and co at the Cervical Cancer Screening Center at the Bator Catholic Hospital. You also know about the free textbooks that we've made available and supplementary readers for children of school-going age, particularly in this era where others are doing a lot of online studies. And in the rural areas, you know that connectivity is an issue, gadgets is an issue. So you make sure that you provide them with a lot of books. And I want to thank the publishers who are working with me and supporting these initiatives. I'm also particularly enthused about the program that we carried out to support key sectors. So the nurses, all our nurses, we provided them with laptops. All our secu supervisors, we provided them with laptops. And then some of the doctors as well. And we are also making available ambulances. There's 2 additional ambulances that have arrived in the constituency. There's a whole new polyclinic at the Tagaji community, which we are raising with support from Catholics and other Western NGOs who are assisting us. So there's a lot of activity going on in the constituency. Yeah. And I can only thank the chiefs and the youth. I can only thank them for all the support that they have.
We also want to thank you very much for coming and giving us the lowdown on the lowdown.
Thank you.
My name is Ismail Okoye. This is the lowdown. Catch us again next week. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. Today you are denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
His Excellency the President assigned me to represent him in Greater Accra region. After assuming office as a regional minister, I initiated the Let's Make Accra Work project to basically give impetus to the President's vision to make Accra the cleanest city and ensure that as leaders and citizens, we all play our roles to make that vision a reality. The objective of sanitation thrusts of this project is to maintain a high level of cleanliness within the Greater Accra metropolitan area to prevent the outbreak of infectious diseases, protect public health, and the environment. The specific objectives are to promote clean and green environment within the Greater Accra region, enhance effective public cleansing and waste collection at markets, lorry parks, beaches, and green open spaces, promote effective public education and law enforcement on cleanliness. For the guaranteed success and sustainability of these projects, we are employing a collective approach by involving all stakeholders to achieve this vision. Hence, the tagline, I need you, you need me. You would agree with me that the government has made a lot of gains and successes in the area of sanitation, which has impacted on the health and general well-being of the populace. Notwithstanding, it is quite disheartening to see that these efforts to keep the city clean do not even yield much results because of unavailability of trucks and logistics. Therefore, the unveiling of these initial 100 trucks out of a 500 will serve as a great boost to our campaign and other similar initiatives across the country. Today's program confirms the need for government to continue to engage with the private sector to develop sustainable solutions to national problems. We will continue to partner Zoomlion to provide quality service to our communities, especially within the Greater Accra region. I must, however, quickly add that the citizenry must also play their roles and avoid littering and dumping of refuse indiscriminately. Mr. President, if you permit me, with the collaboration of the Regional Coordinating Council in the Greater Accra, very soon the assemblies will be supported and pass the bylaw which we'll call Operation Clean Your Frontage. Everybody will be responsible for their frontage. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is important to note that all these initiatives and the logistical boosts will not yield the desired results if we do not put in extra efforts to change people's attitudes towards the environment. It is therefore important to engage in constant education, enforcement of our bylaws, and also having all hands on deck. And I must say, Accra indeed will work.
It's the end of a successful business week, and on BizTech on GhanaWeb TV, we will bring you an update of business news that made headlines during the week, as well as an interesting interview. I am Na Oyokwote, and you are welcome to BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. Now, the details. There's tension brewing at Abosokai, Ghana's spare parts hub, over relocation plans. Now, this was revealed by the leadership of the association, who has hinted that there's going to be a spare parts village in the coming 5 years. But members of the association are not pleased with the move. My colleague Desmond Frimpong has the report.
Mr. Siam Pedo is the co-chair of the Abosokai Spare Parts Dealers Association, and today he's going to let us in on the relocation story that has been greeted with mixed reactions. Some of the spare part dealers are in for it, others are not so happy about it. And he is the co-chair of the association, and today he's going to let us in on the story. Welcome to GhanaWeb BizTech.
Thank you very much.
How's business going?
Normal. We can't complain, normal.
Normal, we can't complain, but some people are complaining. I mean, they are complaining about the fact that government is contemplating on relocating Abosokai spare part dealers from the usual Abosokai that we know.
Yeah, let me make it clear. and let me emphasize it, that government is not making any attempt to relocate us. And no government, let me repeat, no government can force us or can relocate us by force. But what is happening was that somewhere last year, Nana Akufo-Addo, His Excellency, came to us to visit us, and we put before him that yes, we want the future of this business, and for that matter, we may need a better place to live. Looking at the place that we are living, the environment and other challenges here is numerous. So to make the business grow, you need to have a better place. So we put it before him. So this year around February or March, the new minister, Henry Kote, came to visit us. We had a stakeholders meeting, and we remind him about the relocation agenda that we are pushing. So he said, yes, it's good, it's brilliant idea, so I'll try to find a better place for you so that in future you can relocate to the place. So we proposed about 3 places, Afenya, Dowenya, Amasaman, or in Samam. Any of these places, we'll be very grateful to relocate in future. So in attempt of him to find a better place for us, he did an interview with one of the media stations, and he said, oh yes, in future we will relocate Abosokan from here to Afenya, and it brings a whole lot of
yes, it brought a whole lot of controversy. But my question really is leadership of the Abosokan paper that proposed that to government, and our government comes to talk about it, and members are not too happy about it. So then does it mean that leadership on its own, without consulting its members, just got up one day and they realized, they thought about probably a relocation would be good for business without consulting the spare part dealers? That's why they are also quite worried about the relocation.
That is not true. The medium that we use to communicate to them is to have a general meeting here. We had a general meeting here. A lot of people came to the meeting. We informed them about the intent of relocate Abosokan in future, but not now. About 80% of them agree with us. They urge us to go ahead and do the transactions with the government. So I don't know.
So then why the opposition now?
Yeah, you know, Ghanaians, any good thing that you are pursuing, they will try to punch holes. They will try to bring it down so that it won't come to life. But you know, as a leader, you have to concentrate, and we are aware that by all means we will have challenges. We had a position from any corner or corners from our Abosokan. And what is happening now, we are doing a stakeholders meeting. Yesterday we had a stakeholders meeting with those who have their investments here, and they all agreed to us that yes, it's a laudable idea. Initially they don't have any clue about what we intend to do. Now that we have informed them, we don't have anything against it. We are going to have another meeting by next week, inviting the media so that we put it before the media what is going on here. After we met the minister, we are yet to have the land. Even the acquisition of the land is not done. So why this confusion? So I think there's no cause for alarm. For us, we will continue to do what is good for this industry. Because if you want your industry to grow, you don't sit down unconcerned as if nothing is at stake. You have to plan and plan well. And we are planning for the future leaders, but not now.
As some people say, they've rented their space for probably sometimes 10 years, 20 years, and now that you are talking about relocation, relocating them, what becomes of the investment that they've committed to rent?
That's the behavior of Ghanaians. There's a history here. We migrated from Accra Central to Abosoakai somewhere in 1977, 78. It's 44, 43 years now. These are some of the challenges they had at that time. Most of them saying, how can I go to, they call here about how can I go to Akanesi? At that time, the whole place is waterlogged. There's no building here. We have some few buildings here. From Accra Central to Malam Junction is just one lane without any asphalt on it. But the leaders decide to come here and they try to invest here 44 years down the line. Looking at the situation that we are in now, if we want this industry to grow, we have to plan. We have to plan. So always I've been telling them that yes, my entrance has its system there. We don't like it. We have to plan for future because the industry, the future of this industry is very bright. And if we don't have leaders who can plan and plan well, in future this business will collapse. And we don't want this industry to collapse. Now the government is planning to bring a lot of car manufacturing companies here. That tells you that the spare parts industry have a future and we have to plan towards future. So yes, there will be opposition, but we will focus.
One other concern is the fact that people who do business here, they have their customers, they have their clients, knowing that, oh, I mean, I'm able to find spare parts dealer A here, easy identification. And now they are going to be moved to another place and it's a whole lot of deal for them. Why did you even want to move from here?
Looking at the situation that we are living, all this area is not meant for a commercial area. It's for residential area, and we managed to bring in this business here. So if you want your business to grow, why don't you find a better place? The environment, the sanitation, everything is poor here. Even you can go around and have a look. None of the shops have even a toilet facility, and it's not good for us to live here. The country is growing, and we have to move from one strength to another. And if you want your business to grow, you have to plan. Yes, it's difficult to move people from here to another place, but we will pursue it. Not now. Not now. In future, they will get to know that, yes, this plan is very well and it's going to help us. Look, Kokompe people acquired their land 40 years ago. They failed to move to the new site. Now, the leaders who took that initiative, they all gone, died and gone. But now, the executive, now they are enjoying the praise. And they had a whole lot of opposition. You won't go from here to what do you call it, Antioku, or from here to Iron City. Amanfrom is far away from Accra, so we won't go. 40 years down the line, now they are enjoying the praise. They have a lot of enough space to trade with. So I think it's better you plan than not to do anything at all, and you sit down unconcerned for something to happen to your business before you take action, or you consider to bring in another idea. You have to plan from today, so that in future you have any challenges or you have any problem. My concern, and my prayer is that in future this industry will grow and grow bigger, and we are praying for it. It will come to pass. By 10-20 years to come, spare parts in Ghana will be the hub of Africa. And in any of the African countries, if they want to buy spare parts, they will come to Ghana. But we have to start planning from now. And this is the time.
So then you keep telling me that even though there's a relocation along the line, it is not now. Are you able to give me the time frame?
We are planning that from now to 5 years, within 5 years, we will relocate from Abosoakai. And we want a better place. We are not thinking of Abosoakai or the spare parts alone. We are thinking of the mechanics, those who sell cars, a place that we can have a hospital, a stadium. We want to build a village by itself, you know. Look at the situation here. No investor will come to our aid because the whole place is very porous. The whole place is not good. Even though we are enjoying what they're doing here now, but if you have this vision, you have to plan so that the future generation will come and take over from you. We cannot sit down here for this business to collapse. And we thank God that yesterday, after yesterday's meeting, all our stakeholders, most especially those who have their investments here, have agreed to us that yes, it's a very good plan, valuable plan. Just that they haven't been informed before we took the decision, and we told them no. We know that the easier medium that we communicate to you people is to have a general meeting, and you fail to come. And if you fail to come to the meeting, what do you want us to do? Do you want us to go shop by shop, shop by shop, and inform all of you people before we take a decision? No. So we've done our part. Now that you are in, we have informed you. If you have anything against it, let us know so that we straight the line and move forward.
What are some things that you are rolling as an associate? You are rolling down for your members to have quite a soft landing when you are moving to the proposed destinations?
I've told you we cannot force them to leave the place. If we are able to secure the land and if we are able to have an investor to build a modern shop for us, they will come by themselves. As what's happened in the last 44 years, they are trading at Tudu and they decide to come to Abosokai. And that time, those over there are agitating that we cannot go. 5 years after they packed their tools and come here, they came here in their numbers. Kokompe is there before we came. The Kokompe people are telling us, oh, Abosokai cannot survive, Abosokai cannot survive. 10 years later, all the Kokompe members, those who are very big, huge at Kokompe, they decide to come to Abosokai. And I know it's going to continue. The history is going to repeat itself. If you are here, we cannot force you, but you will come by yourself because the incentives that we are going to have over there. Here, you know, if you want to rent a shop, maybe you pay 10 cedis for 5 years. Another 5 years, you come and pay 10 cedis. After the 10 cedis, you pay extra rent every month. And if government is going to give us such facility, and we are going to pay 110 premium, even if it's 10 cedis or 20 cedis, you pay it once, you won't pay any money again. Which one do you prefer? You decide to come over there. So we are going to put measures in place after acquiring the land and the completion of the shops to make sure that people will be interested to come to the place. And you know, the city is growing and we have to expand it by way of taking away some companies and industries from the city center to the outskirts. This is how we plan. We all cannot stay here. It's not fair. It's not fair. So we are planning to go the outskirts of Accra and to help bring business to those over there. Either we are going to have a Fienya or any of the places, we will go.
You know, whenever you're doing a business, location is key to whatever business that you do. Why, considering these places that you've mentioned, Afienya, I think Pokwas is part?
Afienya, Duwenya, Amasama,
okay, okay, so these places that you mentioned, what are the pull factors? Why are you considering these places?
We are asking land from the government. We know these are the areas that government can have a land for us. All these areas are full. But when you go to those places, there's a lot of land over there. So we want the government to lead us to get a better place. So that's the reason why we put it before them. We want these locations. We can get it for us. Yesterday, some of our stakeholders, those who are investors, they told us, no, even if we can get Suhum, it's good, because now that we know that the idea is good, we are all going to support. If government can acquire land at Suhum, you see, so I think it's miscommunication. That's the reason why people are not happy about it, and say people are agitating, talking here and there. But with time, they will get to understand that.
Thank you so much. So we're going to go for a quick break, and when we're back, we interact with some of the members of the association to also have their take on the relocation.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
This planning should be long-term planning, not immediately. Like you have to access, like to the customers who are here or the spare part dealers. You have to come together, share ideas. Then you know, okay, we agree, we have accept to move. Maybe it's a long-term plan by 5 or 4 years time. Then you prepare a place. Then otherwise you have to go with either with the estate developers or whatever to how the plan how going to build the shops, whether you build it and the standard, and every standard has a cost. So if you like this, whether 2-in-1, whatever it is, it has a cost. Then when the customer agree, they begin to pay by terms. Maybe you take 3 years, 4 years to pay. So after that, then we can evacuate to the new site. So we agreed to go there because even nowadays, the landlords, how the money they take us is huge, and we are not afford even. That's why the Nigerians are competing with us.
Okay, mine is when you look here, we are already here. You understand? But with the relocation, for me, it's good for me because renting a shop for 5 years, like 50,000, 80,000, I would like to go there and buy it. Maybe I can buy 2, I can buy 3, and it will be my own forever. So if the government wants us to move, I don't have a problem with that. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Say the Omo Canadian. If I say, oh what as I say, and where's the story building say? Yes, say about it. If I come in Crawford, Harmony, Omo Kobe Fufra. I just say, oh, Dan Cross in Cross, and I do. I'm fine, when you want. Ain't me yet possible, sir. And say, Grandpa, ye clean up our crown, Crawford, ye can say, oh, no, Pamian, in a day and a day, and so then, wasn't a clean up until behind the store. Ye now say it, I say, yes, ye, so I had to come on. I was so kind waiting, maybe a weird man. I had a month for himself shop for only a more year. Now, Judgment at if you are a baby, time to create a bit deep and sana or honey mepija. That has never been an affected judgment. Never been an affected judgment. Into Abso can say Abso can build that. Abso can see it. That is. And yes, I had a young poo. Say your Jumani, Obi and obey your message man and sign it. The be a Western shop, a wire and a Jumani team. Now, see when Jahon want to an any year. So what I say, I was so council and your government agency. I was so council and your government is mine, individuals. To be a task as you sit down, now soon young to an uncle. That was it.
So those were some of the opinions of people that apply their trade here, their spare parts dealers, and according to them, they've done business here for some time now, and just relocating them to another place in a rush is not something that's going to help them. They've done business over the years, and this is where their customers are easily able to find them. They are not really saying they are not up for relocation, but they wish proper plans will be put in place for proper relocation to be done. My name is Desmond from Pond, and I'm reporting for GhanaWeb TV.
That was a great interview with my colleague Desmond Frimpong. But we move straight to Winston Amwabe to help us with some helpful internet tools.
Hello, my name is Winston Amwabe, and today's episode is mainly for students. I'll be introducing you to an internet tool called Quillbot. Quillbot is an online tool that helps you paraphrase pieces of text. If you do a lot of work involving words or creative writing, Quillbot can help you paraphrase your words in different ways. Let's go to the computer and I'll show you how it works. Okay, so here on the PC we have google.com. In the search box we type Quillbot. Press enter and it takes us to the searches. We click on the first link and it takes us to the internet tool. We can see quillbot.com. And then we have a few modes. We have the standard mode, the fluency, creative, and creative plus modes. For the other modes, you need to pay, so it's a premium feature, but we have access to the standard mode. So I have some text that I copied. I'm going to paste it here and we see how it works. So with the standard mode, we have access to only about 400 characters, but then you can log in using your Google account to further increase the limit to 700 characters. So then I click on the paraphrase button over here and we see how it works. It will take a while depending on the speed of your internet. So we can see the paraphrase text over here. We can see the words that were changed. They are highlighted in orange color. And then you can click on the highlighted words and then you can choose a word from a list that pops up to replace if you don't like the word that you saw. So that's how Quillbot works. Stay blessed and I'll see you next week.
We move on to biz headlines. Now, over 42,000 people who lost their jobs as a result of the negative impact from COVID-19 are set to benefit from the Unemployment Insurance Scheme, Deputy Minister-designate for Employment and Labour Relations, Reku Brobe, has assured. The scheme is aimed at providing some relief for workers who have lost their jobs and will aid such individuals with financial support. Appearing before Parliament Appointment Committee on Tuesday, June 8, 2021, Mr. Reku Brobe, who is also the Member of Parliament for Himang Lower Dentra Constituency in the Central Region, said the scheme is currently in its final stages. He disclosed that a consultant who was contracted to ascertain the impact of job losses in 2020 has presented a report which showed that over 42,000 people were laid off as a result of COVID-19. International Monetary Fund's resident representative for Ghana, Dr. Albert Tuna Mama, has dismissed claims that Ghana is worse off despite IMF's consistent report. According to him, the monetary body rolls out economic recovery programs that help countries revive. Dr. Tuna Mama said the IMF is not to be blamed for countries' instability or otherwise. I'm not sure that this country has stagnated for 16 years. I'm not necessarily arguing that the fund is the reason for the growth, but it didn't harm that growth either. The fund is here for a reason, and it is especially for situations like the one you are in now, where countries, because of COVID-19, face very different prospects, at least from the fiscal side, he said. Again on Bright, Wereku Brobe, the Deputy Minister Designate for Employment and Labour Relations, has stated that the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo-led administration has created over 3.8 million jobs since assuming office in 2017. He said both private and public sector jobs have been created by the government with the mindset of integrating the public and private sectors to revamp the dwindling economy. Appearing before the Appointments Committee of Parliament on June 8, 2021, Mr. Wereku Brobe said the jobs created by the government were a result of the implementation of flagship initiatives such as the Planting for Foods and Jobs, NAPCO, and others that were rolled out by the Akufo-Addo-led administration. Move on to the hike in the transport fares, where passengers have described as inconsiderate the decision by the Ghana Private Road Transport Union to increase public transport fares by 13%. The new fares took effect from June 6, 2021. Passengers believe the increment will have an impact on the cost of items, including food, and thereby put an additional burden on their finances.
Too much. They say na station here no so no. Omo de obi happen oje.
Everybody is talking about it, you know. Myself, you know, if like you are using 20 cities in and out to your destination, right now you have to add more than half to it. So it's a challenge, but we will go through it. It hasn't been so fair because from my place, like Pantan Village to Oyarefa, it's been 50 pesos in addition, which is not so fine. So to me, I wasn't expecting it this much. So it's a challenge.
One point stage man I'll buy now, and because I'm all being able to return on Falcon. No fair, the Cusina here, I ain't enough. I could see us welcome you. There are not fair yet.
It is really bad. Yesterday when I went to school, then I realized there was some increments in the lorry fare saying, I mean, you are constrained with the limited budget you have, and then they increase it. I mean, not for only me, but for others who are kind of not really that kind of well-being. They have just little amounts on themselves, and they realize that they have increased the amount to some huge something they can't even afford it. It's kind of affect them also very badly, yeah.
On the Aviation Center, the Minister for Transport, Kweku Ofori Asiama, has said from September to December 2020, $17.3 million was generated from the coronavirus tests carried out at the Kotoka International Airport. Out of the total amount made at the airport, Frontiers Health Services had $16.2 million, while the Ghana Airports Company received $1.1 million. The government engaged Frontiers Healthcare Solutions Services Limited to conduct the rapid COVID-19 test after reopening the airport to international traffic in September 2020. Mr. Siama made this known on Thursday, June 10, 2021, in Parliament after the Minority Leader Haruna Idrisu inquired about the details of proceeds from the COVID-19 testing exercise at the Kotoka International Airport. In response to the growing menace of mistrust and scams within the online commerce space, a new mobile money escrow service called Move Secure by Insano has been launched to facilitate safe and secure transactions on mobile money. The service operates by holding money in trust till both vendor and buyer confirm their satisfaction with a transaction, says Ms. Linda Otu, country manager for Insano. According to her, this is a much-needed solution to restore the declining levels of trust between online buyers and vendors, resulting from increased cases of scam. For buyers, Move Secure ensures payment for a service. You can get your money back seamlessly in the event of an attempted scam or if the wrong order is delivered. She adds that it also shows a commitment to your vendor to prioritize your order. U.S. Ambassador to Ghana, Stephanie Sullivan, has said goods from Ghana continue to receive massive patronage in the U.S. market. This, she said, has called for the renewal and extension of the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act to 2025. The Africa Growth and Opportunity Act gives Ghanaians and other African exporters access to the American market. According to her, the U.S. government is resolved to grant Ghanaian exporters some certainty in their exports to the U.S. AGWA is in full force till 2025. That gives us predictability and certainty. There are 18 products that can be exported through the West African Trade Hub. We have done some capacity building to help them meet those standards. One other issue is packaging, of which we are dealing with. There is a huge market for Ghanaian products, and my team and I are eager to work this out. We'll end it here for this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. But visit www.ghanaweb.com for more news stories. Get interactive with us on all our social media pages, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. We are the Ghana Web. Also subscribe to our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. I am Na Oyokote. Thanks for staying with us.
I'm proud to be part of the GhanaWeb Road Safety campaign. Now, my message to Ghanaians is to be very cautious whenever you are sitting in a vehicle. When a driver is not doing the right thing, tell him that, hey driver, you are not doing good. If he's overspeeding, tell him, driver, stop the overspeeding. If he did not park well, tell him, driver, did not park well. Life precious. Do the right thing, save a life.
On this edition of Sports Check, we talk about the art of goalkeeping. And when it comes to goalkeeping, there's no better person to speak to than the former Blasters goalie, who is now a goalkeepers coach. Abukar Damba is my guest on Sports Check, and once we come from this break, we zoom into the conversation. It's Sports Check, and my name is Perez Ezwakwa. Welcome back from the break. This is Sports Check, and Abukar Damba, a legendary goalkeeper, is the one I'm speaking to today. Coach, good morning.
Good morning, my brother.
You just finished training a host of goalkeepers, and today we are discussing an interesting topic that pertains to your field. For someone who doesn't know a lot about football, what's goalkeeping?
Well, the goalkeeper is an integral part of the whole team, but has a specific role to play. And it is only the goalkeeper who is allowed to use every part of the body so far as their area of operation is concerned. When I say area of operation, I'm talking about the goal area. The goalkeeper is permitted to use his or her feet and the hands, especially in his or her own area of operation, that is the goal area. So it is the goalkeeper who is permitted to use his or her hands in the goal area. But apart from the hands being used in the goal area, you can use any other part of your body in any other part of the field. You can even go as far as to the opponent's goal area and play and can even score goals. And we have seen that happen time and time again, even though it is not too rare, but it is also part of the game. So generally, he's an integral part of, the team. But in my opinion, because arguably though, I always say the goalkeeper's position is the most important.
So I think last week or so there was this discussion on Twitter. Says Fabregas, Rio Ferdinand, and the guys were talking about the most important aspect of the game. Ferdinand feels it's for its defense. Fabregas feels it's midfield. I think there was one attacker who made a case for midfielders. What makes you think that, just one man in the post and we have other men, what makes your role more important than someone who is basically running on the field and chasing the ball?
Simple. Very, very simple. All the main actors on the pitch make lots of mistakes and they can be covered.
Sure.
And the mistakes could be covered. But the goalkeeper's mistake is final. The goalkeeper can single-handedly win and lose games. Not consciously or deliberately, but this is a metaphorical statement that I've made.
Sure.
The goalkeeper's mistake is final. So for which reason, the goalkeeper must concentrate for 90 minutes plus, depending on the duration of the game, without blinking. So the goalkeeper must be alert and alive for the whole duration of the game. Because for which reason, in my opinion, and I think so, that the goalkeeper is the most important player on the pitch because of their situation, where they find themselves. Very delicate, very sensitive, and must be devoid of too many mistakes. Because your mistake is doom. It spells doom for the whole team.
Does that not add an extra layer of pressure, to goalkeepers in such that you almost at every time have to get it right? Yes. Basically, there is no room for error.
Yes.
Does that not add a bit of pressure to goalkeepers?
I don't think so. It is a role, it's a responsibility, and it's a choice. You have made a choice to be a goalkeeper, and you know the dynamics of goalkeeping. You know what comes with goalkeeping. And because it is a specialized department for specialists, so every goalkeeper specializes and must be a specialist.
Yeah.
So when they call you a specialist in a particular field, it means devoid of too many errors. Your level of error should be very, very minimal. So we goalkeepers are very much aware that we have a responsibility of keeping the whole team on our own shoulders. So mistakes, no room for mistakes. So we are prepared physically and prepared mentally. So we hardly have any space to breathe.
Yep.
So we are trained to behave like that, act like that. So that's why we call ourselves the most important people on the pitch.
Earlier on when you were explaining the role of goalkeepers, you made mention of using your bodies. But over time, we've seen the role of goalkeepers transform or evolve. Now you are no longer going to catch the ball in the air and perhaps hoop it into the air and maybe to the opponent's half. Now basically you are part of the build-up. Even from 2014, we saw Manuel Neuer introduce something new where a goalkeeper is now more of a sweeper.
Yep.
When the ball evades the defenders, you have to be the next line of defense, not just in your post. You have to come out and attack the ball.
Yeah.
How do you manage that as a goalkeeper, that you are not just going to catch the ball, but now you even have to start the attack. You also have to play defensive roles as well. How do you manage that?
I tell you, football is a functional game. And we are talking about defending. That is when you don't have the ball. Attacking when you have the ball. These are functional plays. Then we have the transitional moments in the game, which is what are you doing when you have the ball and you lose the ball? When you lose the ball and you win the ball. These are the two transitional moments. And goalkeepers have their roles, specific roles to play during these transitional moments. Now, functionally, In as much as defensively, you are supposed to prevent the ball from getting past you into your net. That is where you become a shot stopper. But functionally, when your team has the ball, what is the goalkeeper doing to make the goal scoring opportunities of his team as big as possible? And you can only score when you have the ball in the team. Keep the ball in the team. So you need to improve upon your technique, your technical qualities, technical abilities as to your passing, your range of passing, your skill of passing. Be it short, long, high, or whichever. Whether you are distributing with the punt, that is from the hand to the foot, doing a long ball, or whether the ball is on the turf and you have to do a medium pass, you have to dink the ball. And all the different techniques, the goalkeeper must be able to execute them as and when it is required. That is why your judgment should be at another level. So goalkeepers are now trained to be very, very good ball players.
Yes. Yep.
And apart from being good ball players, but knowing when to pass the ball, the direction to which to pass the ball, the speed of the ball, and the trajectory of the ball. So these all come with a lot of specialization. So for which reason goalkeepers have become so important.
Yes.
That they join the whole team when his or her team is on the ball. They don't stay in the goal area. They join to make the attacking the numbers, to make up the numbers. So for which reason you can always see that in the last line of defense, the back line, one of the central defense can always push up to join in the attack because they know the goalkeeper is behind to play that role. So for which reason we call them goal players.
Yep.
Some of them are used as sweeper players. Some of them are used as libero players, depending on the situation, depending on the strategy, and depending on the vision and style of play of the team.
But how do you manage that? When do you know when to kick it long, kick it short, hoop it into the... When do you make... Because I'm saying this because I'm an Arsenal fan. And in one of our games this season, Ben Leno made a mistake where there was pressure on him, and instead of hitting it long, he chose to pass the ball. And unfortunately, it went to the wrong player, and we considered a goal. In the post-match, Arteta was like, he should know that there are times where you can pass it short. There are times when you just have to challenge.
Very well.
As it used to be.
Absolutely.
As a goalkeeper, how do you navigate that? When do you know, okay, today, for this moment, let me give it to my defender. For the next moment, let me kick it long. How do you manage that?
That is why goalkeepers should be able to read and analyze the game situationally. In as much as your system of play, your tactics, just want to build from the back. I want to use my two central defenders to build up. I want to use my two wide players to build up. I want to use my controlling midfielders to build up. Depending on the situation, because you are not playing in isolation, you always have an opponent. So you read the situation based on the positions of the opponents. If it's not too dangerous, you can start the build-up from the back, which is easier.
Sure.
But if the opponents are there at close range, you need to avoid making mistakes. So in this situation, you need to go long to avoid making mistakes which should be capitalized and used against you by the opponent. So the situation should determine the goalkeeper's judgment, whether to build up from the back or to do the long ball. So, but I must also add that goalkeepers are human beings. Goalkeepers have low points and high points.
Sure.
Goalkeepers also do make mistakes.
Yep.
But you are not allowed to make fundamental or basic mistakes. These are very basic. The situation tells you what to do next with the ball. The coach from the sidelines cannot tell you what to do in a particular situation. That is why you are professional. You are trained to do that. You should be able to interpret. You should be able to analyze the situation and, of course, act accordingly. That's why we say goalkeepers must be very sharp and very smart.
Now, I'm going to put you a bit on the spot there, and that will be my last question on this whole, the new trend of goalkeeping. Having watched a lot of European and African goalkeepers, who are the top 3 or 5 goalkeepers that you think have been able to adapt to this new way of goalkeeping? Or who are your best, basically, goalkeepers currently?
Are you talking about our domestic league?
No, I'm talking about, say, European football. We'll come to the
football.
We'll come to the Ghana Premier League. But when it comes,
football in general, I tell you, Alisson has so far been a standout player, so far as I am concerned.
Sure.
I'm also looking at the Man City goalie,
Ederson.
Can you remind me?
Ederson.
Yeah. Ederson is another personality who has demonstrated time and time again that they are real team players.
Yep.
When it comes to functional football,
he's great with his foot.
You can't beat them.
Yep.
You know when to release the ball, where to release the ball to, the speed of the ball, the trajectory of the pass. They are specialists. These are two goalkeepers who are standout. I can also see that Mendy used not to be at that level, but Mendy of Chelsea has now, of late,
he's learning,
added a lot of quality into his goalkeeping, functionally, especially when playing from the back. Now his range of passing has become very qualitative.
Sure.
And I think he's another goalkeeper that I think he's coming up quickly and adapting quickly to the situations. We have many goalkeepers who, of course, are outstanding in their field of play. But then, when it comes to functional football, we have goalkeepers who stand out. And I think, readily, these are the three goalkeepers I can think on my feet to mention, spontaneously.
You mentioned Mendy, and that was going to be my next topic, the presence of African goalkeepers in the top tier of world football. We have a lot of good goalkeepers down here.
Yeah.
Over the years, we've produced a whole lot of great goalkeepers from the African continent, the Nkono and the likes. But you rarely see African players keeping post for the likes of Real Madrid, the Chelsea. Of course, Mendy is now doing that. What's the challenge? What's stopping us from, just as we are producing great players, why are we not producing players who will command first team roles in basically all the top 10 clubs in the world?
I mentioned in my earlier submission about how the goalkeeping department is a specialized department.
Yeah.
And you need specialists to be able to do that. If you look at in other jurisdictions, they have consciously and deliberately invested time and energy and funds into the goalkeeping department, making it autonomous. So you have special vision. You must train your goalkeeper according to the vision of your team. Now, you look at scouting. You scout your goalkeepers according to your vision. Identifying the talent is very important. You identify them at a particular age level, then you begin to develop them accordingly. And with time, they grow up and they become very much accustomed to that department. It's a conscious effort, and everyone or every FA or every MA must make, or every club must make that deliberate and conscious effort to invest in that particular department, that is goalkeeping department. Then you will get it right. For which reason, if you look at the likes of the team that you just mentioned from the academy level, goalkeepers are trained systematically. Goalkeepers are integrated into the main training sessions to play with their feet. So if you observe, great passers, goalkeepers are great passers of the ball because they do understand the controlling and passing. Then when it comes to goalkeeping specifics, then you deal with the specific attributes, the physical attributes, and the technical attributes. And these are all specialized areas which must be tackled consciously. And you must have a vision to be able to do this. And it doesn't just lie in the hands of the goalkeepers to do that, but you need to have specialists, goalkeepers technicians. I'm talking of goalkeepers trainers. I'm talking of goalkeepers coaches. You must be a specialist to be able to handle that department consciously.
So
that is why it is for which reason that outside European clubs have better goalkeepers. because they have invested consciously into that department and have paid attention to the special demands of that goalkeeping department.
So you're saying it's more or less like African nations need to make a conscious effort at producing world-class goalkeepers.
Absolutely. And making goalkeeping an integral part, making goalkeeping an autonomous department who have a vision, not devoid or not separate from the vision of the MA itself. So conscious efforts are made to develop the goalkeepers according to the vision. It involves a lot of technical abilities, and in skill build-up. We are talking of the technical qualities. We are talking of, the psychological aspect, mental toughness, and all those kind of things. But it comes first and foremost with your technique. Technique is very, very important. Controlling and passing. Controlling and passing. And these are the things that are very, very, very necessary when it comes to playing the game. And controlling and passing with the feet, controlling and passing with the hands and the whole of the body.
So now we have the likes of Gomez at Rennes, we have Onana, who is doing quite well at Ajax until his unfortunate incident.
But in their situation, you see that they find themselves in another jurisdiction who have already had the structures in place. The facilities are there. They have everything there that will take care of the needs of the goalkeeper. So you see a goalkeeping department which has a goalkeeping director. Yes.
Yeah.
The head of the goalkeeping department.
Sure.
You have the trainers, goalkeepers trainers on the pitch. You have the goalkeepers trainer who is focusing on how the goalkeeper is dealing with high and long crosses. Sorting out their feet, judgment, high and long crosses. You have because in goalkeeping, you are talking about defending and attacking. How do you defend corner kicks against you on the left and on the right? How do you defend free kicks against you, depending on the distance from the goal? These are all part of goalkeeping. How many players do you need in the world? And when it comes to attacking free kicks, attacking corner kicks, I'll give you just a recent example of Liverpool.
Yeah, Alisson.
Alisson, who is the catalyst as far as their qualification in the Champions football is concerned. It's all as a result of the effort of one individual, and that is Alisson. He left his goal area just about some seconds to the end of the last kick of the game, attacking corner kick. He came, and it was he as an individual who had to convert. So what does that tell you? It tells you, one, you need courage to be able to do that. You need confidence to be able to do that. And above all, you need the quality, the technical ability to be able to execute. So this makes him complete.
Someone was saying that, of course, that's not the first time a goalkeeper has scored a goal, but due to the evolution of the game, now it's going to add another role to the goalkeepers, where goalkeepers will now be relied upon in the later part of the game, especially when their teams are trailing, to go up there and try to score goals for their team.
I tell you, it is not part of the roles of the goalkeeper.
Sure.
No. You need to look at the quality of your goalkeeper, the situation that demands that the goalkeeper go up there. Is he able to execute it? It is not one of our roles. It is a rare, responsibility, which is taken by the individual goalkeeper.
Okay.
But he needs the permission of teammates. He needs the confidence of teammates. He needs the permission of technical teams. He needs the confidence of the technical team. But in a situation where he goes up and is not able to convert, and there's a counter attack and the goal is scored against him, he is going to be blamed directly. In as much as he can score all the points for converting and going up there to score, he will get the whole blame if a goal is scored against him, because your first and primary role is to prevent the ball from getting into your goal. But going up to score is a secondary responsibility.
So this is going to be my final question on the African goalkeepers. We've produced a lot of goalkeepers on the continent, the likes of Nkono, Antoine Bell, and their likes. If you're pushed to the wall, name your top 5 African goalkeepers of all time, who would they be?
I tell you, it will be very unfair to do that because we have generations.
Sure.
And I always believe that every generation, let's take it at least a decade, 10 years, we have goalkeepers who are produced, top-class goalkeepers who are produced generationally. And we must not also forget that football has evolved. Those years you are talking about, the years of the Thomas Nkonos, the Antoine Bells, and I used to have this goalkeeper in Nigeria that I admired so much. When I remember, I will prompt you. He was one of my idols, and I admired him so much. During those days, or those years, the rules were very different. The back pass rule was not that effective. Goalkeepers did not play too much with the feet. Goalkeepers did not need to join the attack to play because the rules were very different. The speed of the game was different, and many other things have changed. So for which reason, the style of goalkeeping has also changed generationally. So comparatively, those years that you are talking about, the Nkonos and the Antoine Bells, were basically short stoppers. They operated mostly in their goal area. They were champions of keeping the ball out of the ball. So that aspect, you cannot go far away from mentioning we are not able to maintain that level of goalkeeping over a period of time, simply because we did not add a lot of value. We did not pay attention. Because if you look at Ghana of yesteryears, goalkeeping, most top goalkeepers came from the Western region. You could see the Northern region.
And you know, Reverend Sekofu has been saying this thing that if Ghana was a serious country concerned with our goalkeepers' position, by now there would have been some research or some academy set up in the Western region purposely for producing goalkeepers.
Well, that one could be the case. But we need to understand that football has become so scientific.
Sure.
It is the same way, that same argument will also come out. Why is it that some years past we had the best wingers coming from the Western region? When you talk of wing play, the Kofi Apres, the Asians, and so on and so forth. Crosses of the ball. Wing play. Yes. So that notwithstanding, I think that in as much as I will agree with him partially that a research will be conducted to find out how come we're able to, unearth such talents. But now football has become so dynamic. It's widespread that you can unearth talents from everywhere and anywhere, every corner in the country. But it's about the consciousness, going around with deliberate effort to unearth those talents, bring them together and give them the necessary and the needed skill to be able to develop and grow.
All right, thank you very much. And this is Sports Check, where we are speaking to Abubakar Damba. We've discussed a whole lot of topics about African goalkeeping, world goalkeeping. Our next topic is the Ghana Premier League. And once we come from this break, Sports Check, and my name is Perez Ezwako.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Back from the break, we are talking goalkeeping, and Abubakar Damba has been my guest. We are going to talk about the Ghana Premier League. Damba, have you been impressed with the level of goalkeeping seen so far in the Ghana Premier League this season?
I must say to you that with the materials that we have around at our disposal, I couldn't have been any more impressed. Before the kickoff, the league kick started, the question was posed to me, Asante Kotoko. You have Felisana, you have Kwame Ban, you have Danladi. Why Abalora?
Yeah.
Then I told them, this is the best decision, so far as I am concerned, that Kotoko has made.
I kind of disagree. I feel that...
Yes, you can disagree. But I'm saying to you that Kotoko demonstrated beyond all reasonable doubts that the goalkeeping department was such a very certain reasons that we don't discuss here. Not because Annan was deep in form, not because Annan was not a good goalkeeper. You and I know that Annan over the period of years has demonstrated that he's...
For me, he should be our number 2.
Well, that is an opinion. But Abalora came and took over and has been consistent in the goalpost.
Sure.
But in as consistent as he has been, he started becoming complacent and made quite a number of infantile, basic mistakes. And it's not because he's a bad goalkeeper. But I believe very strongly that it is mental fatigue, for which reason he was losing it. So you had to get an equally good replacement immediately to fill into the gap, to keep on the momentum. Felisana was available, Kwame Ban was available. But it must come with a lot of expertise to be able to keep such top-level practicing goalkeepers in one club. Because you need one goalkeeper to perform at a particular time. But what do you do to keep them competitive? What do you do by rotating them to keep them very active and alive? It is also another discussion altogether. It comes with a lot of expertise. But I am saying that the goalkeeping department has been very active this year. I have seen it in Abalora. I have seen it in this Adriana goalkeeper, who has been very, very impressive so far as I'm concerned. I'm talking about the young goalkeeper of Wafa.
Yeah.
He has also very much impressed me. The goalkeeper who just came in this, is it Idi or Rashid, they call him, of Great Olympics. Yes. He has also
he's a fantastic guy.
I am telling you, these are goalkeepers who are really proving that given the opportunity and given the right direction, the right training, they will definitely hit the headlines. So goalkeeping has been very competitive. Very, very, very competitive. And if you look at the stats, you look at the performance statistically, you see that yes, a lot of clean sheets. Abalora stands tallest, a lot of clean sheets. You know, but it's not clean sheets which makes you
the best goalie.
But it only tells you that with a clean sheet, you are able to manage and control your defense in terms of leadership. So these are all some of the things that we have to look at. So I think that for me, in terms of goalkeeping, the Ghana Premier League has been outstanding. Goalkeepers have been very, very impressive. But there's a lot of room for improvement.
What has impressed me most about them is their effort, their attempt at adapting to what we earlier discussed. So now they no longer hit it long as they used to be. You can clearly see that they are working on passing it short, spotting a chance and kicking the ball. They are not just, kicking the ball in here. And for me, that's impressive. It marks some progress in our Ghana. But when it comes to what you've seen so far, which goalkeeper has stood out for you?
In terms of, playing with the feet, if you look around, spread it around all the goalkeepers. I forgot to mention Danladi, Ibrahim, on loan goalkeeper for
King Faisal.
He has also been an amazing personality. Look at his exploits with the national team. And he has, of course, progressively brought it to bear so far as the league is concerned. Playing with the feet, just as we mentioned. Yes, goalkeepers are now making conscious efforts because football has evolved. That is the trend so far as the game is concerned. We want to see the goalkeeper. How functional are you? How are you able to aid your team when they have the ball and they're attacking? And you can only do that by keeping the ball in the team. It adds a lot of confidence to you as an individual player. And it adds a lot of confidence to your team, especially when your goalkeeper is able to distribute, keep the ball in the team in terms of passing. He's able to do, once in a while, do a long ball, a counter attack, long ball, which might result in goal scoring opportunities. And I think this is what we are all talking about. You are very right in saying that you have seen a lot of improvement in that aspect of the game. We are now moving away from just being ordinary shot stoppers, just preventing of goals, to also aiding our teams to be able to make the goal scoring opportunities very, very high by improving upon our passing, controlling and passing abilities. Being able to be visionary to locate a teammate high up the pitch with a great technical pass. And I think our goalkeepers are doing that, but we need to work consciously and deliberately towards getting them up to the next level, because internationally goalkeepers are high up there and we need to catch up.
You made mention of Razak Abelora. He's currently our number 2. Per the last games we played, he was the Black Stars number 2. Now, in the last game, he was replaced by Felix Annan. We all admit that there has been a slump in his form. Would that not affect his Black Stars chances?
I'll tell you what, there are 2 scenarios. I just indicated to you that it is not as a result of a dip
in form,
but momentary loss of concentration. It could be as a result of complacency, seeing himself as I'm the number 1, nobody else comes near. But listen, if you are number 1, you need to be reliable, you need to be consistent. And this is the learning curve. So when they make such mistakes, then they mature. It's experience time for them. So he becomes a better person, he becomes a better goalkeeper, for that matter. It mustn't affect his position in the national team. Never. We are talking about building the goalkeepers for the next level. Abalora has been identified and we are in the process of building him up. These singular mistakes should not reflect or affect our quest to building him into becoming a formidable force so far as goalkeeping is concerned at the highest level. It mustn't affect him. The only thing is that we need to work on him. Why is it that he was able to make, or he made such mistakes consistently about 3 times, making the same mistakes? Why? We need to find out as trainers, as the technical people, as the stakeholders. We need to find out. Somebody should be responsible to do that. Yes. It is our responsibility as technical men and stakeholders. Identify the mistake and make the player better. It is not, the onus does not just lie on him to do so. It is our problem as technical men to make Abalora a better person and a better goalkeeper. But for me, it is a learning curve. You can never, ever be in the goalpost forever without making mistakes. Some mistakes are pardonable. Some mistakes are not pardonable. And some mistakes which are deemed very fundamental, very basic, are unpardonable. And you must be responsible for your mistakes. And that is why Abalora must be responsible for these mistakes. But we don't need to chastise him. If we do so, we will kill his confidence. And if we do so, we will kill his growth. But at the end of it all, no matter how we pep him up, no matter how we encourage him, no matter how we psych him up, it now relies on him as an individual how to get himself up. It's not how many times you fall, it's about how many times you get up. So now the responsibility lies in the hands of Abalora to wake himself up, wake up to the reality, and come back and get working.
Is that a bit of a challenge for the Black Stars coach? Because now at some point we had Olili and Samir J as our top 2 goalkeepers. We've gone from that to Richard Ofori, who I admit is fantastic, but cannot be put on the same level as the great Olili. We have Abalora, who is our second, losing concentration at this crucial stage of the season. If you're a Black Stars coach, would that not be a headache for you that your second goalkeeper is making such errors?
Absolutely. It will be a headache for me. That is the reason why I am the trainer. I am put there to fix the problem, to fix the challenge. That's why I'm there. It will be a headache for me. For which reason, we coaches have what we call the coach-player relationship. You can have an individual or 1v1, one-on-one conversations with your coach, with your goalkeeper, and find out what the challenges are. The challenges could not be coming from on the pitch. He could be bringing challenges or problems off the pitch onto the pitch, which could affect him psychologically. How are you able to deal with such situations? This intermittent loss of concentration should not happen. And there's a brain training to be able to deal with such players who have such challenges.
Do we offer our goalkeepers such, if not just do we offer our players such psychological assistance?
We do.
Okay.
We do. That's why we have psychologists in the teams.
I'm talking about the Ghana Premier League.
The Ghana Premier League, that is why the club licensing says that every club must have a psychologist in the team to be able to deal with the psychology of the players. Absolutely, because psychology is nearly almost 75 to 80% in the game. Because it is the brain which functions. So we need to have psychologists to be able to look at the psychological aspect of the players, develop the players mentally, and let them put them in the position to be able to deal with such situations when they find themselves in them. That's why the goalkeeper is so important. We are saying that momentary loss of concentration and the team is down. So the goalkeeper should be able to maintain concentration for a longer period of time. And how are you able to do that? We have practical training sessions. Practical training sessions for maintaining concentration for longer periods of time. That is conducted by the goalkeepers trainers.
Okay.
You have it on the pitch and you have it off the pitch. These are things that must be infused into our curriculum for training and our programs for training. And it makes our goalkeepers better and better and better every day.
I think we've had enough of goalkeeping. Let's come to, I think the last time I spoke to you, you said you were the PFAG, or you were training goalkeepers, basically more like an academy purposely for, or a setup purposely for training goalkeepers. How confident are you about the future of Ghana football with respect to the talent in your hands and goalkeepers you've seen elsewhere?
I tell you, let me correct this impression. I was once a goalkeeper. I specialized in goalkeeping, but now I am a coach, a fully fledged coach in general coaching. And if you want to be a very, very good goalkeepers trainer, you must have knowledge in general coaching. You must understand strategy. You must understand tactics. You must understand systems of play. Because football is functional and goalkeepers are an integral part of the game. So I'm saying to you that in as much as I'm a specialist in the goalkeeping department, I just oppose that against the totality of the game. Functional. So I do functional goalkeeping. Apart from dealing with the specific attributes of the goalkeepers, I deal with their functional play as well as team players from the goalkeeping perspective. So with the PFAG, I'm the out of contract trainer for the PFAG, for that matter, and I deal with out of contract players from First Division, Premier Division, and so on and so forth, both male and females. So you'll see that I'm on my training grounds now. This is the Wembley AstroTurf. This is where I do my out of contract training, and it is not just goalkeepers. Outfield players are here, and I deal with 30, 40 outfield players. Sometimes I can have 10, 15 goalkeepers. So I do a combination of both, because there are certain times I need to see the goalkeepers play functionally. How do they build up from the back, with the back line? How will they do the build up, doing the long ball to locate a striker up front? Where do they put the ball, depending on the situation? So this is what I do here. So I do complete academic training here.
So how do you prepare them for penalties? Is it that, you just wake up or it's scientific where you train them that, okay, if a player takes a step with the right, you have to dive this way. If he takes with the left, what goes into it as a coach?
I do penalty training nearly almost about 3 or 4 times in a week. I do penalty training, not just for my goalkeepers, for the outfield players as well. Penalty comes, you must have a lot of confidence. That is one. But if I'm going to zero it down to only my goalkeepers, I always teach my goalkeepers in terms of penalties, you react to the situation and not anticipate. Because if you're going to rely on anticipation, you always get it wrong. But react to the situation.
That's a difficult task.
Come again?
That's a difficult task.
That is why we are goalkeepers. You have to react to the situation. And your reaction must be quick and very fast.
Charlie.
That is why you are goalkeepers. Yes.
And
these ones, because it is a verbal thing, if it was practical, then I would demonstrate to you the position of the goalkeeper, the body posture of the goalkeeper, and you look at the feet, which must always be shoulder width apart to allow for you to either collapse or do a take-off without adjusting the feet. And these are all taught, and they are practical experiences that goalkeepers must have and must be taught. Because the goalkeeper, you must be very explosive. Very, very explosive. Now, I tell you, there are certain players who will look at one direction and hit the ball as hard as they can. If the goalkeeper dives to that direction and you get it right, you must have a very strong hand to bring the ball out of the goal.
Sure.
To prevent the ball from crossing the goal line, you must have a strong hand to be able to do that. And you must dive across the ball. So these are all technical abilities which must be taught. It must be taught over and over and over again. But it doesn't come that easy.
So now to your very self, you kept for the Black Stars. What's your biggest moment as a Black Stars goalie?
I will tell you my biggest moment, and will always continue to be my biggest moment. And as much as people will see the negative aspect of it, me as the one who was involved, and I'm referring to Ghana, Algeria, our second leg against Algeria, that was in 1993, a World Cup qualifying game. And if we had qualified to the World Cup 1994, the 1994 World Cup in the US of A, I would have been one of the goalkeepers who have qualified Ghana the first time to the World Cup. So that meant a lot to me. That was the time which made me and unmade me. It was the time I was in my elements as a goalkeeper. It was the time I would have sold whatever I had in me in goalkeeping to the whole world by taking Ghana to the World Cup. And it was in that particular game that I crumbled. But it is another ball game altogether. But it gave me a lot of experience going forward.
When you say crumbled, what happened?
You know, after that game, for your interest and for the interest of your viewers, Black Stars was in camp in France, in Marseille, prepared for the game against Algeria. And whilst we were in France, most of the clubs were in our training grounds. And I'll tell you, I was one of the hottest kicks that club was looking for, especially PSG.
Okay.
Yes, I was on the radar. They followed the Black Stars to Algeria to watch the game. I was going to be given an opportunity to play. That is why I said I crumbled. And it was one of the worst performances in my career, the whole of my life. But that was a life-changing moment. Life-changing moment. And anytime I remember it and I talk about it, in as much as I know I will use the experiences for the up-and-coming ones, I just can see what it did to me as an individual, my family, and my admirers. But more importantly, my country. What can we say about that? It is past and gone. That's why I said to you, I crumbled. it would have been a changing point, a turning point in my life.
Do you sometimes feel that you let the country down in that particular?
I just don't feel that I let the country down. I let myself down. And I tell you what, I wish at that time anybody could put him or herself in my shoes. Things of this nature, if you are not strong and you don't have people around you, you can commit suicide. It can lead you to commit suicide. I was left with who? Damba. How did Damba handle it? How did Damba deal with it? But I thank God I'm still alive. I thank God I can teach it. My personal experience to the up and coming ones, because I felt it. I was in it. I felt it. Before, during, and after the situation. So I think it's well and good, because a learning process.
Sure.
I am now in another at another level where I can teach, I can impact. So I think it has taught me a huge lesson that I think I don't regret.
That's some lesson for young players coming up. My very last question is about, you're obviously a great goalkeeper, but who was that idol that inspired you?
I'll tell you, coming up, growing up, the only goalkeeper that I knew, excuse me, and the name kept ringing bells in my ears, was Thomas Nkono of Cameroon, as young as I was. Just that I did not adopt the name Thomas Nkono. I grew up, went into the Premiership Division, and I was so privileged to have one of Ghana's top goalkeepers in the person of John Baker of 11 Wise fame, the Black Stars fame. They brought him to join me in RTU those days, and he was my trainer. He was my mentor. He did everything for me to bring me up, and honestly I took over from him, and that is where it propelled me. And coming into the Black Star proper, I had the opportunity to travel with the national team to Cameroon to play in one of our qualifying games. I cannot remember whether it was Cup of Nations qualifier or World Cup qualifier, but it was a qualifying game, and we went there to play the second leg. It was a drawn game. We played a draw game in Cameroon. Thomas Nkono was in goal. I had the opportunity to meet him live, to see him live. So the only souvenir I could bring back from Yaoundé was a very big picture frame, a frame of Thomas Nkono in action that I was able to purchase. I brought it back to Ghana, and it was, where I hung it? Right on top of my bed. If I slept and woke up, the first thing I saw was the picture of Thomas Nkono. He inspired me so much. I admired him so much. But I did not play like Thomas Nkono.
You carved your own path.
His style of play was different from my style of play. Why? Because the trainer who took care of me so far as development was concerned, that is John Baker. That's why I played like John Baker. But I admired Thomas Nkono.
Well, that's an interesting story of a young boy growing up to meet his idol. And you heard him mention secondary 11. That is a club I support. And if you know the history of Akabile Mieza and 11 Wise, you understand why I support secondary 11 Wise. So it has been Sports Check. My name is Perez Ezwakwao. Yapon.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.